to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Morelia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Okay, so we got some catching up to do. Now I was like, okay, we got to get started early, so we can get day 5, because they are going into day 6 today. And I don't want us to get where we all in court all day, night. So we are starting early in order to start accomplishing some of what we need to take care of today. Thank you for tapping in this morning as people slowly but surely get up and see the alert bells and everything on their phones. Will be good. Good morning, Earl. How are you? I know. I was like, we got to get in here. We got to get into court earlier. We're going to be in court all night again. So we are kind of picking up where we left off yesterday. Currently right now, the lead detective is on the stand. She is being cross-examined by Scott. That is Meggan with 2 G's attorney. We are going to go in and kind of finish up with her testimony, her cross-examination. Lady, that was false. She didn't have nothing. Everything she talked about was false. I don't know. I don't think she said anything true, to be honest. No, she did not have life insurance. She lied about everything. And I do mean everything. She lied about the life insurance. She lied about hospice. She lied about having cancer. She lied about people abusing her. She lied about everything. And I do mean everything. That's why I'm saying, like, I guess the only thing that's gonna convict our girl here, Meggan with 2 G's, is these text messages. So these are very, very important. I don't know how much damage control Scott can do, but he need to do some damage control on these text messages and maybe paint it out to make her to be a bad, and I do mean bad, friend. That's the only thing I can think of that can get him around this, is making her out to be a bad friend. I mean, because just because you're a bad friend don't mean you're guilty of killing your friend. So we shall see. But I'm going to take us in. Let's go ahead and start with today's testimony and see how Scott going to handle this damage control of these text messages.
They also talked about keeping things secret, right?
Keeping things secret. Can you elaborate? I don't.
Well, nothing in this years of exchange suggested that anyone else was in on this. Let's call it this unholy pact.
I don't think they had mutual friends. I don't remember them saying specifically they were keeping a secret, or I don't remember that.
You don't have anybody else in the whole investigation with all the phone work and everything else that you believe knew about this unholy pact that they had.
We re-asked that.
All of your investigation, you're not aware of anyone knowing about this unholy pact, suicide pact that they had, right?
Did they have a suicide pact? I don't know that they had a suicide pact. I guess I don't understand the question. I don't remember anyone else knowing or talking about them together. No, I guess.
So this.
Sorry, I'm not following.
Years and years of having an agreement to help and engage in, involve in, and do suicide over and over and over. You don't like the word pact, maybe the agreement they had?
No, because it was never real. It was just this pattern. It was this Casey needed attention and Meggan liked to give attention and take care of her. It wasn't
that agreement.
I guess it was just more of a pattern.
That dynamic, does that work? Pattern?
Sure.
Okay. Point is they kept it secret as far as you know. Can we do that?
As far as I know, yeah, sure.
You talked to a lot of other people and no one else knew about it, right?
About them trying to commit suicide, or like an assisted suicide thing? Is that what you're saying?
It doesn't have to be assisted if the person there doesn't do anything, right? If I'm tending my sister's death by suicide and I don't do anything, that's not illegal, right?
Objection to the legal conclusion.
She brought up assisted suicide in terms of her investigation. She's a police officer. She investigates crime. They come to legal conclusions all the time.
Overruled. You can respond.
Suicide is not illegal.
And it's not illegal to be at one.
It's not illegal.
By the way, again, all through these years, we have these texts where, among other things, Casey is truly expressing to Meggan that it will give her comfort just to be there when she passes, right?
Yes.
And Meggan, we saw a response. I mean, there's nothing in, strike that. She responds to that, always is, whatever you need, I'll be there, Casey, I'm here for you, all sorts of things like that, right?
Yes.
Right up till the end, right?
Yes.
And that's why when you and Hales interviewed Meggan the last time, 2 weeks after, the 12th, 2 weeks after Casey was taken to the hospital, Hales flat out told her that even though the texts looked bad and the interviews looked bad, it would be about the evidence that was collected. You remember that?
Yes,
Because being there is not enough, right?
yes.
You have transcript of 3 witnesses. And that's the interview when Meggan was confronted. It's, I better reference it now, Exhibit 167. The government didn't play any of that for the jury, but that's the third interview on August 29th, okay? Now, by the way, this is where she let you into the house, Mitch was there, third time you talked to her, right?
Yes,
And that's why in that interview, she was specifically confronted about whether she gave any insulin to Casey, right?
yes,
And denied it.
yes,
She was she was again confronted whether specifically she put anything in her port, right?
yes,
And whether or not she gave anything subcutaneously in the skin, right?
yes,
And she said no, right?
right.
She was there, at this point she'd been confronted. Everyone's talking about an insulin overdose death, right?
Yes. Sorry, the sneezing.
Huh?
Sorry, you keep sneezing. It's distracting.
Oh, if you sneeze, do
My
you have,
bad. Sorry.
do you have some tissues up there or something?
No, I apologize.
No, that's okay. So you are specifically talking to her about the fact that it doesn't look good that she deleted messages, right?
Yes,
It doesn't look good that she's not telling the whole story of what happened that day in the room, right?
I don't think it was phrased that way, but similar, yes.
You, at this point in time, she's already been confronted with the fact that you went through the phones and knew what was on Casey's, right?
Meaning,
Meaning she knew, Meggan knew, you had Casey's phone
yes, she was told that originally
originally, and
in
then
the first interview, yes.
and the texts didn't match, right?
Yes,
And we already established, it doesn't take a genius to know that if you have the phone you sent the text to, you have the text on that phone, on Casey's phone, right?
yes,
Okay. So from the very start, she knows about this text messaging, right? That was gone from her phone,
Meggan knows they're gone from her own phone?
her own phone.
Yes,
All right. And you're talking about that from the start, right?
yes,
And that's part of what you said, you meant when you said, it doesn't look good for you, right?
yes,
At that point, she hadn't told you about the use of the glucometer, right? and that the destruction, you had confronted her in this third interview, even about that by deleting those messages, that could be the crime of obstruction of justice, right?
Yes.
And then, in terms of whether there was more than obstruction of justice, do you remember? With Special Agent Hales flatly stating, this will be in Exhibit 167. That's why from this point forward, we're going to work strictly off the evidence. Remember him saying that?
Yes.
You're going to talk about whether this evidence comes back and implicates you, right?
Yes.
Talked about specific kinds of evidence, right?
I don't remember the specific kinds that he talked about. I don't remember that.
DNA, you don't remember that?
Well, I mean, if you want to list them, I can. I don't know.
I just did. DNA. You talked when they're talking about the kind of evidence that they're going to that you guys are going to strictly work off of. It included DNA, right?
Yes.
Specifically talked about it in light of the evidence. Said if your DNA is on that syringe, right? If your DNA, touch DNA is on something, that's the sort of evidence you're going to work off as police officers.
Yes. I don't think he meant exclusively, but he did say that.
No, all kinds, right? I mean, you're going to search for everything. Evidence to prove what you were suspecting that didn't look good. It includes touch DNA, address that with her, right?
Yes.
She said, I didn't touch any. You gave an example of a vial, an insulin vial, right?
Yes.
And did you touch any syringes or anything? You asked her that, remember?
I don't remember, but it sounds familiar, so yes.
We were asked questions yesterday about the interview, States 167, the third interview of Meggan on the 29th.
Yes, I can reference it in my report if that would help. I can look
If
at
you
that.
want help with the report, as a matter of fact, I can give you the transcript if that would help. Do you want
That's
one?
okay. I can just turn to it really quick.
Yeah, what?
I'm not saying that's not true. I would assume we said that. So
Well, I want to be, oh, this is not. Oh. So you can start by using your report. I'll bring you up the transcript.
okay.
We don't have a clean copy, or I can use the transcript that is highlighted by Marissa. May I approach the witness stand? I'm going to show you a transcript of the interview you did with Meggan on the 3rd.
Thank you.
29th, the third interview. I know. I didn't even have a clue for her. But we sent it over in the transcripts folder. If you want me to take a minute so you can pull it up. And let's talk about it. Let's do it by subject. One of the things that you were talking to Meggan about was, that she deleted text messages and such, and why she did it, right?
Yes.
And she.
I know. Thank you. Wait. And so I'm like behind here. Thank you. I know it wouldn't happen without you guys, boy. Oh boy. I'll make sure I put the stuff in here for our celebration for tomorrow. I think, yeah, we said either Friday. I think we'll do it tomorrow evening. I don't know what we doing, but we doing something. I'll figure something out between now and then. It's like it took so long, and then it just came. And like now I had all this time to be working up to something that I was going to be doing for this. And yeah, there you go. I'm gonna do some little giveaways or something like that. I got to figure out a good way to do everything. Because I would like to do some giveaways, but I don't know if everybody wants me to have their address. Hey, real happy. Thank you. I know we moving on up. Good morning to you. Yeah, so I got to figure out what's a good way of doing all of this stuff. Like, I don't know. Good morning, Ollie. Thank you. Yes, I got that's my biggest thing because I want to do some giveaways, right? But I mean, everybody don't want me having their address, and I can understand that. I can respect that because I mean, I'm not a stalker, but y'all don't know that. So I got to figure out a good way of doing some stuff. Yeah, I got to figure out a good way. I guess I could. Yeah, I got to figure out something. I'm gonna figure out something cute. We'll figure out something to play some games and stuff. We'll do some. Yeah, we'll play some games and stuff. I can find some stuff to do. All right, let's go back into this. Yeah, I'm gonna post it on the community site in 1 second.
Consistently referenced because she felt like she might look bad given what Kylie's accusation was, right?
Yeah, that's what she said.
So she repeatedly said, what am I supposed to do? Kylie is accusing me of this right from the start, right?
Yes.
You knew that Kylie had talked about ruining her life, causing her misery, and getting the police involved in a phone call on the 14th, immediately before Meggan and her family left, right?
On the 12th? Yes.
On the 12th. And when you were doing this final interview with Meggan that's the jury's going to hear, she flatly said, I just didn't want to look like what Kylie's accusing me of, right?
Yes.
She said it was in response to this very statement that Kylie said, I'm going to destroy you, and referenced the phone call of the 12th, right?
Yes.
She, later in the interview, referenced because it was included the accusation of poisoning her sister, right?
What are you saying? Sorry, what's
Again, she specifically referenced the accusation that Kylie was going to make that she poisoned Casey, right?
Meggan said that?
Right? Yes, Meggan said that in your interview.
Is it in the transcript?
Go to page 24.
Okay. Yes.
Of course, she's going to delete messages and flail like she did when Kylie's bringing up poisoning in particular, right?
Yes.
And that Kylie is telling her, I'm going to make you pay, right? That's the same sentence.
Yes.
And as she's talking about all of the reasons she's done what she's done to arrive at the point where you guys tell her it does not look good for you in this regard, she says, look, it doesn't mean I helped her, right?
Yes.
Just like that call we heard where she says, I was there, but I didn't do anything, right?
Correct.
That is what she consistently tells you in the interview, right?
Yes.
She told you, I was scared when Kylie threatened me and deleted the messages, but that doesn't mean I helped her, right?
Yes.
At this point in time, it's fair to assume, like we already did, that Meggan knows there's a whole script of what happened in text on the days leading up to and on the 12th between she and Casey, right?
Not necessarily. Casey told her often that she was deleting the messages throughout their history of the text messages. So it was my impression that she thought Casey was deleting those along the way.
When did she say that?
I would have to look for that. I
Okay.
can, like
Yeah,
right now.
Find out well, how about just in your interview? She certainly didn't say that in her interview, right?
No, she didn't.
She was acknowledging that you guys know what happened by text and that she was not looking good by having deleted them,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I'm just gonna go ahead at this point in time. And this is everything. I told you that the script. This is everything from the 9th to the last text on the 12th. For ease, and not yours necessarily, I guess, maybe the jury's. H. Okay, so I. To show you what I'm marking as defendant's I. Yeah, Brooks, witness.
Thank you. Do you want this or are we still using it?
So does that look like the text between Meggan and Casey from August 9th all the way through the last text?
That's what it looks like, yes.
So instead of piecemealing these texts, I just wanted the jury to go ahead and have a moving for admission of I, defendant's I.
No objection.
All right, so that'll give us the whole script.
Call received.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Exhibit I. Thank you.
That'll give us the script. For everything they said to each other, setting up the events of the suicide, supposed suicide, maybe fake suicide, whatever it is that you described, are the options of what happened that night. All right, so then I want to come back to that because after she says, yeah, it doesn't look good when you confront her with the text messaging and the interviews and such, after she describes why she did that, because she was scared by Kylie's accusations, you specifically talk about, as we already discussed, proof with her. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that's what was meant by the reference to, we'll see where it goes. You don't look good. Well, we'll see where the evidence goes, right?
Yes.
All right, now I'm gonna go back through here, if you don't remember, and talk about the kinds of evidence. Because, I mean, look at 42. Page 42 of your interview.
Okay.
At the very bottom, the subject's being talked about. Or Hales, that goes to the very blunt question I asked you, and you said no. That is about whether you helped, right? You said no, you didn't help.
Yes.
That's great. But if we have evidence to prove otherwise, we have a problem. That's what she was told, right?
Yes.
And do you remember you said, then turn the page. And if there's not, I will ride off into the sunset, right?
That's what Sergeant Hale said, yes.
Right in your presence.
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the evidence then. Do you not recall the discussion that the sorts of evidence would include touch DNA?
Yes,
And that's why she said, I didn't touch anything that day, right? I didn't touch any insulin bottle.
yes,
Talked about fingerprints, right?
yes,
Same thing. That fingerprints with the sort of evidence that you and Hales were talking to her about as proof.
yes,
Medical evidence. Remember bringing up
Toxicology?
toxicology?
yes.
Then let's go to some of that in this case. Because evidence was of that sort was sought, right?
The toxicology and the fingerprints and the DNA, yes.
That proof that Hales said he'd ride off in the sunset if it didn't exist, right?
That's what he said.
Let's go about how both the investigation and the evidence in that regard then. The Jorgensen, Osborne, and Robinson are on scene and they're able to get evidence, right?
Yes,
That's one of the things, that syringe,
yes,
we'll call it syringe 2.
Mhm.
No. Item 2.
Yeah.
Is that fair? They're able to take pictures.
yes,
They did some searching, right?
yes,
They did some searching, even we saw of the turquoise box that's at issue,
yes.
again, for documents, right?
They were looking for the DNR, yes.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, this Casey that we are learning all about in this trial certainly could have showed Megan a document that she later destroyed, right?
Megan said she had never seen one.
But she could have showed her the insurance document. So it looks like she did.
Absolutely.
She could have showed her all sorts of things that no longer existed, right? This person was
I mean, I guess.
consummate liar and manipulator. Can we agree on that?
Yes, absolutely.
So they get some evidence, and book some of the evidence in. Let's talk about the screenshot. I think I have it here. Of this one in the closet. You remember when we were looking at the body camera and there was a depiction of what was in the left-hand corner of Casey's closet? You remember that?
Yes.
Now, by the way,
Talking about Jorgensen's or Osborne's?
on Jorgensen's,
Yeah.
we played portions of it. You-
Yeah, I'm just asking which body cam you're talking about.
We've only played one at this point.
Okay, then
But
yes.
you've also seen Osborne's too, right?
Right,
You've reviewed it.
Mhm.
Yes.
yes,
And in the course of Osborne's work, he has to move the treadmill so he can get access to the left-hand side of the closet, right?
yes,
And when he does that, he sees, it reveals all these pill bottles and all of these medical equipment that you talked about, and syringes and bags of medical supplies, correct?
yes.
I'm gonna ask you to look at what I've marked as defendants J, and you tell me whether or not this looks like a fair depiction of a screenshot from the body camera of Osborne of what he saw.
Yes, in that left-hand closet, yes.
Move to admit defendants J.
No objection.
Court received defendant's exhibit J.
Request to publish. Well, first of all, let me ask a question about it. That has a picture of a syringe of some sort, right at the front, sitting alone, out of a package, in the closet, right?
It's like a cough medicine, not a syringe, with like a needle on it.
You don't know that you can use that syringe type to inject things into a port?
Well, it's sitting next to the
Do
cough
you know
medicine.
whether
I
you
didn't
can
think that
use-
was the right type to use for the port. I didn't know that, no.
You didn't know, it's sitting here as you sit here today, are you?
Correct. I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know that that's a syringe
So there's
for a
evidence-
port, no.
There's evidence of something you can inject. You can inject a syringe type object sitting open on the shelf in Casey's bedroom. You'd already seen the text that said she was drawing things up, right? Drawing up.
No, I hadn't seen that no.
Well, you didn't see this. This exhibit, this was from Osborne, fair enough. You did not collect the syringe object that is in defendant's J, is that fair to say?
Yes, that is fair.
It got thrown away. Right?
If Mark threw it away, then yes.
Well, you guys threw, look, even Osborne and Jorgensen threw all kinds of stuff away. You've
They
seen
were
their body
cleaning up the
cameras.
room from the paramedics. They weren't just throwing random
How do you
things
know?
away.
You weren't there.
From what I saw in the video,
You don't know what went into these trash bags that they went up and had Mark throw in the trash, right?
no, I don't.
And then you guys went in, when you went in on that search a couple days later, that room was tossed. Right? I mean, stuff was all over the place.
There were a couple bins on the bed. They had been searching for the DNR.
Did you see that syringe object that's in defendant's J?
No, I didn't search that closet.
Did anybody else? You're the case agent. Are you interested in what evidence might have been in the room that day?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so it's not in evidence. That
No,
syringe
it
is
is
not in
not.
evidence.
No,
And you don't even know what it could be used for except for cough syrup. Is that right?
correct.
Okay. While we're on the subject then of this forensic evidence, you have the one syringe that was found that we've called item 2, right? Syringe item 2.
Yes,
Now, ultimately, after you searched with what you say with the warrant, yet another syringe was found by Mark in that room, right?
yes,
Now, you didn't find, that was the insulin syringe, right?
yes.
And let's call it syringe 3. I don't remember what item of evidence does it state.
I think it's 21.
And it's in a box. The jury can't see it right now.
No,
Right.
it's in a bag.
It's in a bag and that
clear.
that one's on its own in the bag. And-
Yes,
And that's because that never got tested for anything, right?
correct.
You didn't find that in the search.
No,
Now, you indicated you thought that might be, did you say because, what did you say yesterday that you were surprised that there was a syringe in there because you searched? Weren't you surprised?
no, because the closet was full of medical equipment.
You don't know it came from the closet.
Mark said it came from the closet.
He said he found it near the closet, right?
No, he pointed to the closet and said he found it in the closet. That's my recollection, is that he found it in the closet.
We'll play the video at some point. By the time that Mark had found that, a number of days later, that room had all sorts of activity in it, right?
Since Mark was pulling up the carpet, yes, he took everything out of that room.
Before that, I mean, things in that room could have been kicked around, moved around, displaced just by the 5 EMT people that were in there, right?
Yes,
And then there was whatever happened when the family went in the next day, whatever they did could have moved evidence around, right?
Yes,
And then the activity of cleaning up the room during which Mark found the syringe, all sorts of activity could have moved that syringe around, right?
yes, and that was after we searched it, so.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You're not saying you weren't searching that room for, I mean, a syringe would be evidence, right?
There were a lot of syringes in that closet.
A syringe on the floor a diabetic syringe that Mark says is a diabetic syringe that is obviously a diabetic syringe in an insulin overdose case. Would you find that interesting?
I'm telling you, there were a lot in that closet, so we couldn't,
I want to take a second.
okay.
Do you find that interesting, is capable of being answered yes or no? Do you find the existence of a syringe in a room on an overdose case interesting evidence?
That one, no. The circumstances surrounding that syringe, no.
You don't know what happened to that syringe. That syringe could have been on the other side of the room on August 12th, sitting under a bed, kicked by an EMT. Can't you agree with me on that?
The closet was packed full of stuff. I can agree that you think that. I personally did not think that.
Stan, we know what team you're on. So it doesn't make any sense for us to sort of talk about.
That's not fair to
what
say. I had not made up my mind until the very end.
Do you understand
So-
the decorum in a courtroom of waiting till I finish
I
my
apologize.
question?
I'm sorry.
That it's being recorded and we talk over each other, we can't make a record? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Whoa, he just checked her. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Did y'all hear him just check her? And not only did he just check her, he made sure she knew he was checking her. Like, you gonna stop talking over me. I think she a biased detective in some ways. Like, she be sitting up here smiling and smirking like this is a game, and I don't know, it just seemed weird, her demeanor on the stand. Scott said, wait a minute. You're not gonna keep talking over me. Do you understand courtroom decor? Like, you a detective, you'd have been in here many a plenty of times, and you don't have this together. Checkmate. Come on. And Diddy came back with it to make sure she understand. And I see her cutting her eyes over too. I don't know if she's looking at the prosecution team or who she looking at, but she looking at somebody in order to see if they can save her. That's good. Well, he got to do what he got to do for his client, right? Pretty. Good morning, Jason. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, we're gonna have a party tomorrow. Party, 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 party. Yeah, we gotta celebrate our wins, baby. We've been waiting for this. Yeah, I'm sitting back here. I'm getting the stuff together now. Oh my goodness, when I heard that, I'm like, oh, whoa, checkmate. Let's see if she continue to cut him off.
On the subject of evidence, you were there on the 14th with Mark. Sorry, the 13th with Mark when you walked around the room to seal it with the tape, right?
Yes.
And that's when Mark mentioned the glucometer, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't take it into evidence at that time, right?
No.
Now, can we agree that in an insulin overdose death, a glucometer would be an interesting piece of evidence?
Yes.
Then when you went in with the warrant and did the search, you collected the monitor, right?
Yes,
Then it looks like approximately the 19th, you gave it back to Mark.
yes,
In the meantime, didn't analyze it, right?
no,
Did you even take it out of the pouch that it's in?
no.
Did you book it into evidence?
It was in temporary evidence, yes. He came to the PD to pick it up.
Temporary evidence. It was in a place that you already intended to give it back to him?
No, it was still in the temporary evidence locker for me to book.
Oh, I see. So you hadn't booked it yet.
Correct.
And then you gave it back to Mark, right?
Yes,
And then you ultimately didn't retrieve it till early January. Is that correct?
January 9th, I believe.
And then didn't look at it still until January 30th, right?
I don't remember.
We'll get back to the results of that in a later portion of the questioning, but I want to follow on the subject of evidence, the evidence you talked about to Meggan in her interview. On the 18th, by the way, let me talk about the search for a second on the 14th, because you brought up something. You only searched the room. On the 14th, you only searched Casey's room, right?
Correct.
And you said it was because you only wrote a warrant for the room?
Yes,
Why? Well, this whole house could have been traipsed around by Casey, right?
yes,
You knew already that it's full of insulin, right?
yes,
You knew already there's insulin users all through the house, right?
yes,
You knew already that there were syringes used for insulin that could be throughout the house, right?
yes,
But you only wrote a warrant for the room.
yes.
And let's just talk about warrants, because warrants aren't the only way that you can legally go search something, right?
No,
You can just ask, right?
not in that situation, no.
Just describe it. I'm gonna do something I don't do much with police officers. I'm gonna ask an open-ended question. Describe why the heck you can't ask for consent to go look in the bathroom. For instance, let's just start with that.
I did ask consent to look in the bathroom later. I couldn't ask for Casey's room for consent. She paid rent and she was alive, so I needed a warrant.
So you think, but I'm not talking about the warrant. You don't need, if you came to my house without a warrant and asked me to look in my bathroom, and I said, sure, you can legally go look in my bathroom, right?
Yes,
So on the 14th, when you're there to collect evidence, the first chance you get on a scene that was secured so you could do it, you didn't look in the bathroom. Isn't that right?
that is correct.
And you could have asked Mark if you could look in the bathroom, right?
I could have.
And you didn't.
I did not.
There is nothing about working with Mark Farnsworth that suggests that he was ever going to tell anybody they couldn't look around the house, right?
I can't answer for him, but no, he's very nice.
I'm not. Answer for yourself. There's nothing that you thought as a police officer that was for 1 second going to be denied when you asked to look anywhere in that house. You know you could have looked anywhere if you asked Mark.
I don't know that.
You don't know that? You don't think Mark would have said yes?
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't ask.
Okay, so you didn't ask to go search the premises of what at that point you were investigating as a possible homicide.
Yes,
And frankly, you learned later in your first interview with Meggan, a couple days later, that she said that Casey had gone into the bathroom, right?
yes,
So unfortunately, since you hadn't interviewed her until a couple days later, you didn't realize until then that the bathroom was at issue potentially in this case, right?
Correct.
And you don't have any idea then what was in the bathroom, what was touched, what might have been done, whether there are fingerprints, even what was in the trash, right?
Not until I looked on the 19th.
You don't know by looking at the 19th, at the first look in the trash 7 days later, that's what would have been in the trash had you looked on the 14th, right?
Correct.
I mean, let's face it, the whole house had been cleaned up, picked up, trash taken out, in between those two times, in between the 14th and then when you looked in it on the 19th, right?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't know when they take out their trash.
Because you can't ask them.
He said that they usually take the trash out on Wednesday, but he didn't know if they'd taken it out, is my recollection.
You didn't talk to him about taking out the trash in the bathroom. You just don't know what happened in the trash can at the bathroom between the 12th and the 19th, do you?
No, I don't.
And you never tried to look. Fair to say?
Yes, we
No, we did look on the 19th. Is that what you're saying? That I didn't look before the 19th?
Right.
Yeah, that's correct.
Didn't look in Kyle's room ever, did you?
That was Mark's room at the time. No, I did not.
Never asked to.
No.
Let's talk about this Vantabox evidence. You get a call from Mark letting you know on the 18th of August that he had found this Vantabox evidence, right?
Yes.
He described what it was, right?
Yes.
He described it as a Fanta box, which you later learned is in a trash that Casey uses, right?
Yes.
He described that it had an insulin bottle in it that looked like some had been used, right?
Yes.
Did you hear him testify in this trial that that amount he thought would kill someone
Yes.
who wasn't diabetic, right? You heard that testimony?
Yes.
Syringe, cap of the vial, all wrapped in a cloth that was in a Fanta orange, right?
Yes.
At that point, you knew that Casey drank Fanta orange soda, right?
Yes.
And you had seen that Casey had Fanta orange soda cans even in that closet that you couldn't access without moving the treadmill, right?
Yes.
And you knew, sorry, that in fact, some Fanta orange Zero was purchased for Casey. Well, you didn't know at the time. You now know that Fanta Orange Zero was purchased for Casey by her Aunt Kay 6 days before the 12th.
Yes.
So you didn't know that. You didn't know about the timing of the Fanta purchase, but you knew about this, and you knew, I mean, it certainly insulin vial, syringe, the box with the insulin, these sorts of items would be extraordinarily important forensically for the investigation. Can we agree?
Yes.
Here's Mark telling you this evidence exists that he found, right?
Yep.
And you don't send crime scene out, right?
We don't have crime scene.
You have access to the CSI. You can call
Okay.
them. You don't do that? You don't.
No.
Your department doesn't use crime scene investigation?
No, we don't utilize the crime scene investigation.
Did you hear Osborne and or Jorgensen on their body cameras talking about calling someone out even on the 12th once they learned insulin was involved?
Calling out crime scene?
Calling out
No.
somebody. You're saying that your department does not have the ability to use crime scene investigation services?
I'm sure we do. I've never done that though.
Well, I
At
know
the
you-
time, I didn't think about it.
You had never done this sort of investigation.
Right, I didn't think about it at the time.
But let's just talk about basic police work. Hearing that, you've already established, I think, that that would be pretty important evidence, right?
Yes,
You've already established evidence can give fingerprints, right?
yes,
DNA, touch DNA, right?
yes,
And in fact, it turns out, notwithstanding what was done here, some of that evidence came out of what Mark found, right? There were DNA results.
yes,
There's never any fingerprint results on any of the testing, right?
no,
You didn't tell Mark to let you come get it, let's put it that way. And we'll leave CSI, no CSI attempt. You didn't say yourself go try to document what it looked like, right?
no,
You had him take a picture,
yes,
meaning he had to remove the content, set them up, and put them on and take a picture. You didn't just tell him what kind of picture, how to take it, or anything else, right?
no,
It ended up to be a photograph. I think we saw it in evidence that we could get it in straight down with the items spread out, right?
yes,
So clearly he was touching them and you had to move them around and take a picture of this evidence.
I asked him to take a picture, yes,
But you didn't tell him how.
No.
You didn't tell him to use love.
no,
And then you just told him to put it in the bag, right?
yes,
It turns out that he didn't put the rag in the bag, right?
correct,
Now, maybe you don't know this. Maybe you do. A rag would be a pretty good piece of evidence to be able to get DNA off. Can we agree with that?
okay,
Do you get trained?
yes, I said yes,
We said, okay.
I'm sorry, yes,
Can we agree that a rag would be a very good piece of evidence to get DNA off of, pursuant to the training that whatever it is or isn't, you testified to about when you took the stand for the prosecution?
yes,
The training is at least enough to know that a Fanta box, flat, smooth, waxy surface would be a very good surface to get fingerprints from. Can we agree?
yes,
You didn't ask him to keep the Fanta box,
no,
didn't ask him to keep the rag.
no,
And not only that, when you went over to pick it up, and you put it in a Ziploc bag, right?
yes,
He walked you out and showed you that all that evidence was still there. Did you see that clip?
yes,
So he walks you out, shows you where Casey's garbage can, where Casey smoked cigarettes and talked to all these people, which you learned were drug associates, right? Christian and other people like that.
yes,
And that it was her use for that patio. You walk out and the things of interest evidentiary are still there in that garbage can, the box and the wrap. Right?
yes,
And you still didn't collect it.
no, I did not,
I mean, because look, all the evidence suggests that the person who was involved with the Fanta box, the syringe, the vial, and the stuff in there was Casey. The evidence suggests it was Casey that would have been involved with that evidence, right? Don't you think that that's the conclusion to be drawn from what you've learned in this case?
the evidence was put in there by Casey?
Yeah.
No,
Well, wait, let's talk about it then. It's where she would put her stuff, right? Right?
Yeah.
She drank Orange Zero.
yes,
It was bought within 5 days before by Kay, a box of it.
yes,
She went in and out that door whenever she did the things she did. That was her secluded place, right?
yes,
And her DNA is on the syringe.
yes,
And Mark's DNA is on the syringe. Unsurprising since you had him take it out and take a picture of it, right?
mhm,
Yes?
yes,
And you took Meggan's standard and you gave Meggan's blood to be analyzed and Meggan was excluded. They were able to say Meggan's DNA is not on there, right?
I think so, yes.
Were you prepared at all by the prosecution to be able to give the results of the DNA tests to the jury at the trial?
I have a chart.
As you sit up here as the case agent, you're not sure whether the definitive results of the DNA evidence excluded.
I don't think the word excluded was used. I think it was inconclusive, or it was something like that.
Counsel, let's put a pin in this just for a moment. We've been going 2 hours.
Okay,
Sorry. Let's take our
I'll
morning
lose
break.
track.
We'll come back and finish this up. So let's take our morning break right now. We've been going for a bit. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claimants.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you so much, Drunky. Good morning. Welcome in. Yes, we done hit it, baby. I know I'm sitting back here and I'm trying to get our stuff together. And I figured out a good way to like do the prizes and stuff. They allow me like on our merch store to like give free coupons for stuff. So I'm creating some coupons for the giveaway tomorrow. So I can get the post out there. But that should be an awesome and good time for us. But yeah, our guy here, like he real spicy about this. And she think this is so funny. I don't get that part of it. Or she kikiing and laughing about all this stuff. You know, it's awfully funny that y'all test the box. You have this guy, Mark, get the box sort out of the trash where his DNA is now on it. Everybody's DNA is on it, but Meggan with 2 G's. But you want to say that she got rid of the evidence, but the only person's DNA that is on these items is Casey with 2 E's. So I don't know. I think he's making some good points in regards to stuff, the way they investigated this. And this is after they knew it was going to be a homicide, or, you know, that they were investigating for a homicide and not a suicide. The other caveat that I would like to say is that it's so funny because we are covering this case that I guess it must be messing up my algorithm because I'm gonna read y'all this email they sent me. I mean, I really don't even know how to respond back. So YouTube sent me an email. It says, "Hi there. We're reaching out because members of the YouTube community, including fellow creators, viewers, or staff, have expressed concern for your safety and well-being after coming across content you posted with topics related to suicide, self-harm, or eating disorders. Video, fatal friendship murder trial, Utah versus Meggan Sundwall." But it's so, they sent it to me as if like I'm like, no, I'm thinking to myself, well, we just watching the court feed and they're talking all this all this stuff about suicide. Like it is not be on camera saying anything about that, but that tells you, I guess YouTube is very, very watching everything. And that, I mean, that's good, I guess. So if somebody was really posting a video about them having suicide tendencies, if YouTube sees it, they will reach out to you. And, you know, it just goes on to say, if you are someone, you know, is struggling with SS, thinking, or self-harm, or eating disorders, know that there is help and you are not alone. It's not uncommon to turn SS thinking and self-harm ways to cope with painful emotions. Talking to someone can help you process these emotions as well as get support through a difficult time. This is the first time. This is the first time that I ever see anything like this come through my phone from them. And I'm like, wait a minute, did I say something on camera that let me think about this. Yeah, well, they definitely have it mixed up in some ways, but I said, oh my gosh, this trial is gonna get me in trouble with them talking all this SS stuff. Okay, let me get us past this break because we are trying to catch up and get back into this spicy cross-examination because he keeping her, pinned down. He not letting her loose up here with this stuff that she's seeing.
251-401-132, State versus Sundwall. Mr. Williams.
Thank you. All right. I'm gonna slow down a little. Insomnia is an ugly thing,
Yes, it is.
and maybe I've been going too quickly. We were on the subject of the DNA and the fingerprints. Okay?
Okay.
And you had indicated, and I understand, you're no DNA expert, right?
Right.
You send the stuff out, it goes to the crime lab. Can we call it crime lab?
Yes.
Because I always mix up the acronym. Utah Bureau of Forensic Sciences is the UBFS, right?
Sure. Yes.
You don't know either. It's the crime lab for Utah.
Mhm.
You had indicated that you had talked to somebody there about fingerprint evidence, right?
Yes.
And that an opinion had been given to you that a syringe might be a poor item to get fingerprints from. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, ultimately, then for one item, you didn't submit it for fingerprints, right? One syringe.
Which syringe? We had number 2 was submitted eventually, and the Fantabox syringe was submitted.
Originally, sorry. You go up-
Originally, yes, just the Fantabox syringe.
because one of the challenges, I'm sorry, for me at least, is that item 20 is all of the Fantabox stuff, right?
Yes.
Because it was in the bag that Mark had put it in, right?
Yes.
So when you submitted item 20 to the crime lab for forensic analysis, all those things went as one item, right?
Yes.
So they had to split them out when they were assessing and analyzing them and give each one their own lab number.
Yes.
And so when you first submitted things to the crime lab for fingerprint analysis, you only submitted item 20, right?
Yes.
The Fantabox items.
Yes.
So that syringe went for fingerprints because it was in the baggie with all of the other stuff.
Yes.
And that stuff you wanted to have submitted for fingerprints, for instance, the vial, right?
Yes.
The vial, the opinion was, could be a good source of fingerprint evidence, right?
Yes.
I think you indicated even when you showed jury of that vial in the bag that it looked like there was some black powder that they used for fingerprint, right?
On the box, yes.
On the box, that was on the box. Oh, and the box too, right?
Yes.
And the submission of the box was because the box, the instructions on how to use insulin that come out of the box, right?
Yes.
And the vial, the syringe, and the cap off of the vial were the items submitted with item 20, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you defendant's K. K is the fingerprints of 20. DNA report, or it's a crime lab report. I don't want to be intimidated by it, but you can see that this is a report related to the attempt to get fingerprints off of item 20, the phantom box evidence, right?
Yes,
So in September 25th, 2024, this report was rendered that there are no fingerprints on
correct.
the evidence that was submitted from the phantom box.
Yes,
And again, I don't want to, just so we're clear, that didn't include the phantom box.
correct.
Move for admission of K.
No objection.
Thank you. Court received defendant's exhibit K.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit L. Yeah, continuing lead reports.
You may.
Another report, right?
Yes,
This looked like another fingerprint conclusion.
yes,
This one was on item 3, right?
yes. On their item 3, I think it was our item 2.
Okay, so this is what you were talking about, that the one that was found in the room, put up on that stand, dresser,
Yes.
what you want to call it. This item 2 was also analyzed for fingerprints,
Yes,
notwithstanding that originally someone there had said it was probably not a very good item.
Yeah.
Move for introduction, admission of defendant's L.
No objection.
Court received defendant's exhibit L.
In February of 2025, you knew that there were no fingerprints on the syringe that was in the room when the paramedics went in, right?
yes,
I'm going to show you what has been marked as excuse me. M. Look through that. Exclusion. This is the cuttings. I said that was item M, right, or defendant's M, correct?
yes,
Does it appear to be, now we're on the subject, if you look at the top and it says forensic analysis report, DNA analysis, right?
yes,
So now we're on to the DNA subject.
yes,
A little easier than fingerprints, a little harder than fingerprints to interpret, right?
yes,
DNA.
yeah,
And you don't know how to do DNA, you don't know how they do it, you're not a DNA expert, but you are the police officer who can get a report back and learn what the results are, right?
yes,
This DNA report is a report about the attempt to determine whose DNA was on agency item 2, correct?
Yes,
What they do for clarity of this report, what they do there is they don't actually, to test for DNA, the first thing that's done is the agency, the crime lab, swabs with a Q-tip or a piece of cloth the item that they're trying to find DNA on, right?
yes,
And so when we see on this cuttings of swabs of syringe, let me move for the admission of M.
No objection.
Court received defendant's exhibit M.
What they do is they, that picture. And then they take the swab that they have swabbed to see if they can get the touch DNA from, and then they use the swab to test with the fancy DNA equipment, right?
yes,
Okay. So when we see cuttings of swab of syringe on here, that means the DNA from item 2, right? Agency.
yes,
Item 2 is in that bedroom, right?
yes.
And I'm gonna ask you if you've seen this. I'm going to mark while we're at it. Mainly, so it's just clear how thorough they are in trying to get DNA. Defendant's O. I'm going to show you what defendant's O is.
Scott, is there an N?
I haven't done it yet. It's the last DNA report.
Just
I already
Just
marked it.
noticed you'd skip from him to O.
While we're on the subject of the syringe, do you remember in the DNA reports that come back, the long DNA file that comes back, there's even a rendering of what the areas swabbed were. I'm going to show you what's been defendant's O. And does that look like the hand drawing by the crime lab of how and what they swabbed?
Yes,
Move for admission of O.
No objection.
Court received defendant's exhibit O. It can be published.
So this picture shows the attempt to get DNA from the barrel of the syringe, right?
yes,
Well, that's what it's called. You call it the barrel,
I figured.
the cap, right?
Yes,
The underside, because if you punch something, you might grab the underside of the barrel,
yes,
and the top where you would push.
Yep.
Now, when they first when you first sent in for DNA, you were just trying to see if there is any DNA on the items, right?
yes,
Now, I've done this a little out of order, and I'm sorry. I'm going to show you N. That report, N, is the DNA report that says that they found DNA, right?
yes,
And in the summary portion, again, this one is on item 20, right?
yes,
So they found DNA on item 20 as well, right? That's
Yes.
what, and move for admission of N. Oh, I can show it to you.
So.
Yeah, I'll put it right now. I was just gonna walk through the items because of that very quickly.
No objection.
Thank you. The court will see defendants N.
And what was done with 20 was the use of cuttings again of the syringe found in the Fanta box, right? And some other things.
Yes,
Start with the first thing. One thing they did was they looked for DNA on the swabs of the syringe, right?
yes,
They looked for DNA on the swabs of the glass vial, right?
yes,
And then when it says cutting a DNA spot card from Casey Terry, let's lay that out. What they need is they need to find out whose DNA it is. They need an example of a person's DNA to compare in the analysis, right?
yes,
And so that's a standard, right? That's called the DNA standard profile.
yes,
They've got the profile of Casey Terry because that's easy to get. You had that evidence,
yes,
her blood or whatever they used. And they compared that against the cuttings of the swabs of the syringe in the Fanta box and the glass vial in the Fanta box, right?
yes,
They ultimately didn't test the orange cap in the Fanta box, right?
yes,
Nor the plastic bag with cardboard box and folded paper.
yes,
Now that plastic bag is the Ziploc that Mark had put it in, right?
I'm not sure.
Item 20 went with a plastic bag full of the stuff Mark put in it, right?
I thought I repackaged it from there. I don't know what the plastic bag would be.
You know, there wasn't a plastic bag found by Mark, right?
No,
And then the cardboard box is the vial box, right?
yes,
And the folded paper is probably those instructions.
yes,
They didn't test those.
no,
They test the syringe and the vial for DNA and they find DNA, right?
yes,
And they find Casey's DNA on there, right?
yes,
They don't find in their investigation any DNA for Meggan, right?
no,
Right. So no Meggan DNA is found on either syringe. But maybe we hadn't finished going through what would have been M, I think. That is the report that relates to the attempts to test the syringe in the bedroom for other than Casey, right? Do I have the report right? Is that exhibit M?
yes,
What they did with that is, again, they had found DNA on the syringe in the bedroom, right?
yes,
It had multiple persons' DNA on it,
yes,
including Casey's.
yes,
So in the bedroom syringe has Casey's DNA on it, right?
yes,
Then you want to find out whether that other DNA that's on it matches anybody else who might have touched it, right?
yes,
So when you did that, you went and got a swab from Meggan so you could test it against Megan's DNA, right?
yes,
And Mark.
yes,
Mark gave you a swab. They put it in the mouth, a Q-tip, and
Yes.
swirl it around, right? Sorry if that reminds anybody of COVID. And then they go back and they look again. They run this DNA test again, and sure enough, they do find that there's other people's DNA, not just Casey's DNA on that one, right? They find that there's the assumed 3 contributors there's limited support. There's no interpretal support on,
Yeah, it says the Mark and Megan are excluded as contributors.
so just Casey's is on that.
Yes.
So we have no DNA in this case of anything that you've tested that matches Megan, right?
Right.
And you have Casey's DNA on both the syringes you sent for testing.
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit because we had addressed the subject of medical evidence. When you were talking, remember with Megan saying the kinds of things that you were going to test for proof that she did anything in that room, or DNA, we just covered that.
Yes.
Fingerprints, we just covered that.
Yes.
And medical, right?
The toxicology. Yes.
Toxicology.
Yeah.
Now, toxicology, and I guess maybe why I'm calling it medical is there's evidence of what happened that is derived from what the doctors did at the hospital with Casey, right?
Yes.
That generated lots of medical evidence, correct?
Yes. Yes, it did.
And you were able to obtain those in the course of the investigation, right?
Yes.
To get a fuller picture of the history of Casey's medical history, you had available to you the witness, Dr. Mastella, right?
Yes.
We heard him testify. You were here for his testimony.
Yes.
So if you remember it this way, or in a way that pursuant to your investigation, because you went and interviewed Mastella a couple times, right?
Yes.
Special Agent Hales was there
Yes.
both times.
Yes.
When you interviewed Dr. Mastella, you learned some things consistent with what he spoke of on the stand, including that he had 4 years of being her patient, correct?
Of her being her doctor. Yes.
Yeah, of her being his patient.
Yes.
And of course, do you remember he even thumbed through some records to try to help with the questions you were asking? He's scrolling through some things on his computer.
Yes.
You were talking about medical conditions of Casey Terry and things she had reported, right?
Yes.
You heard all that glucose evidence about her giving him glucose numbers and the hypoglycemia and all
Yes.
that. You didn't know that at the time. When you're doing this investigation, that information wasn't given to you by him, right?
He did tell me, I can consult my report if you'd like, but he did tell me that they had done some work with that.
With glucose.
Yeah, and that he had given her a monitor to take home.
So there's this history with glucose and given a monitor.
Yes.
And did you take that to mean a glucose monitor like we have involved in this case?
Yes.
Mark had said there's a number of them around, right?
Yes.
Around, to be clear, around the house because there's so many diabetics there, right?
Yes.
But he didn't provide you the medical file when you talked to him being Mastella.
No.
Matter of fact, the medical file, knowing about Casey's medical history, you didn't even have that file and evidence in July of last year, did you?
No, I never asked him for that.
I think you did talk to him about the fact that Casey had presented with mental health issues.
Yes.
And given your investigation, no surprise, probably there, right?
No.
And mentioned suicide, right?
We asked him if he thought she was suicidal. Yes.
Well, he mentioned that she had mentioned suicide to him. She had brought up the subject of suicide with him, right?
Yes.
Remember, because he referred her
Yes.
out
Mm-hmm.
for therapy that She did 3 times in 2023, I think it was, right?
Yes.
So you hadn't asked for any records about the history of Casey's involvement in her medical file from Mastiller. Did you seek any medical records from Epic?
No.
Dr. Epic? Dr. Epic was what, her kidney doctor, I think?
Yes.
Had you sought any records from her knee surgeon?
We did get records from him, but that was.
I mean, that's after Megan's charged, is my point, right?
I don't remember.
Meggan was charged and arrested on March 20th, 2025, right?
Yes, I don't remember when I interviewed Dr. West.
Okay. So,
That was just condition of the subpoena, that we would get the medical records.
and at the time she was arrested by you, that means charged, right? She was also charged that day
Yes,
with the present criminal allegations.
yes.
You hadn't even gotten the fingerprints result for the syringe 2, right?
No,
You hadn't even gotten the DNA results from syringe 2.
I don't think so.
So as we started this, when Meggan exclaimed that she had certainly said and done things that made it, as you guys said, look really bad for her, the proof in the form of forensic evidence had not even been completed by the time you arrested her. Agreed?
Digital forensic evidence started that day, so I wouldn't agree with that.
Let's talk about that. You had all this data about all of the texting back and forth, right? That's what you mean by the digital forensics.
Are you talking about when we interviewed her or when we arrested her?
You arrested her.
We had that, yes.
You had in November completed this exhaustive review of all of the communications and the things that were spoken of and the topics that the prosecutor just addressed with you. You had completed that in November, right?
I don't know that it was complete. I mean, if it says Casey's phone was done, that doesn't mean I was done with Megan's. I'm not sure when I was done.
Okay, you have looked at Casey's phone interactions. You had finished going through Casey's phone interactions with Meggan November 18th, 2024, right?
Yes,
And we had already established that that was the nearly 200 pages of things that you typed in, correct?
like I said, I'm not sure when I was done with Megan's phone, so I don't feel comfortable agreeing with that. I was done with Casey's, it sounds like. I don't know what day I was done, I'm sorry.
All right. Now, Casey's phone didn't have any indications that it had deletions on it, right?
There was one.
Okay, there's one deletion out of those 28,000. My point I'm trying to get to is if you've got Casey's phone, you know all the interactions between Casey and Meggan in the form of this digital evidence that occurred, right? Unless they've been deleted from Casey's phone.
I'm not comfortable. I mean, yeah, I mean, when I was done with the investigation, I was done, but you're trying to pin me to a day and I don't,
I'm sorry, I'm trying to be really honest and not.
yeah, when I was
Because I-
done, I was
I didn't
done.
write
I
your
don't want to
report.
pick a day. I don't know what day it
I
was.
don't want to write, I didn't write your report.
Yeah.
You wrote your report. That's what I pointed out, that you said you finished going through Casey's phone interactions
Right,
with Meggan, and you finished that on November 18th, 2024.
right, but that doesn't mean I didn't check back when I was cross-referencing Megan's phone. I guess I just don't feel comfortable with that. I'm sorry.
Didn't say you didn't do any more work with the phone.
Oh, well then, yes, I
Saying-
was done that day.
And I'm establishing what this massive volume of your report refers to. It refers to that work, right?
Yes.
All right, let's finish evidence. You never submitted the syringe that Mark found in that room for any forensic testing, did you?
No,
And I was gonna skip over, I almost missed some other evidence. We had learned about this event last December where more syringe evidence was found, right?
yes,
Right, let's unpack that a little bit. That syringe evidence was 3 empty syringes, right?
yes,
And one that was preloaded with insulin, right?
yes,
And what you learned was those existed in Kyle's room, what Mark thought a couple months after Casey's death.
after Kyle's death. He found them a couple months after Kyle's death in the desk.
You think he found them a couple months after Kyle's death?
That's what he
Yeah.
said, after Kyle's death, is my recollection.
Well, we can play that. So you're saying, then they would have been in there when Casey and Meggan were together on the 12th.
Yes,
So that you didn't search Kyle's room ever, right?
no, it was Mark's room at the time.
All right. And the date of your search, you didn't search that room.
No,
And it's your understanding and belief that those 3 syringes and the loaded syringe had been found by Mark in the room,
yes,
and certainly weren't Mark's.
no,
You learned that in December 30th, and you sent that, you thought it was of enough evidentiary value that you sent that to the crime lab as well, right? Sent 3 of those syringes, the empty ones, right?
yes,
And looking for fingerprints again, right?
yes,
And they couldn't find any.
no,
You did not send the preloaded syringe full of insulin with insulin in it. You didn't send that.
no,
I'm gonna object to knowledge that it was insulin in the syringe. There's been no indication that that's the case.
Can I follow up on that then? You never even tried to find out whether there was insulin in the syringe.
no, Mark told us it was insulin.
So you believe Mark, you took all of the circumstantial evidence and the things that Mark said and everything, and you didn't think you needed to test it for insulin because you believed it.
Yes,
It's an insulin syringe. You said you found that Kyle would preload these things, right?
yes,
And you didn't send it to the crime lab to see if it had any fingerprints, just the empty ones.
yes,
And the empty ones because those are things that could have been used.
yes,
Could have been used by Casey.
yes,
Let me go to the subject. The subject, let's do the subjects that you went through with all of these text messages that were picked out of the mass of texting, okay?
okay,
Let's talk about the subject of insurance, I guess life insurance, okay?
okay,
That subject, I think we covered this a little bit, but that subject is pervasive between the two of them from the start of your text messaging investigation, right?
yes,
And you saw that you learned in your investigation that Casey, also would talk to other people about that subject, right?
yes,
Like, we introduced even a text where she was talking, Mark talked about the fact that Casey would talk about the insurance with Mark.
yes,
That Mark finally concluded that she would indicate to lots of people that she had life insurance policy and what they were the beneficiary, right?
yes,
Including Kylie right?
Yes,
The maybe connected is this subject that the prosecution developed in all these texts of Meggan and her finances, right?
yes,
And that's pervasive through these 4 to 5 years in the text too, right?
yes,
They talk about life sucks at times, right?
yes,
That she can eat beans was one of them because money was running low, right?
yes,
But some of those texts about, well, let's talk tires and car problems, right?
yes,
Child support that Mitch was paying for his other children, right?
yes,
Taxes, tax day is no fun. They talked about taxes, right?
yes,
This all happened periodically for 4 years, right?
yes.
In terms of, you mean you testified to, and I think you testified directly to the fact that you thought that was relevant because of financial stress and what you believe in the government is charged needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a motive of Meggan acting has to be proven that she acted and it was for financial gain, right?
Yes,
So that's, as a feature of the case, you have to investigate that, right?
yes,
You understand that it has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, right?
yes,
Your conclusions that you reached about it, at least as a police officer, are only from all this text messaging. Right?
yes,
You didn't use your ability to subpoena to look into her bank records, right?
no,
You didn't go speak to any employers at the time she was arrested in March, which is what, 7 or 8 months after the death, to learn about her work and what she was getting paid, right?
I did get records from her employer.
About the history. At that point in time that you arrested her, she had a job, right?
Yes,
She had started before August 12th, right?
yes,
She had 2 jobs, didn't she?
yes,
She also worked nights sometimes, as well as her full-time job teaching as a nurse, right?
are those the 2 jobs you're referring to?
Is that what you learned?
Yes,
But that's at the time of arrest. That's what I'm talking about.
yes,
And you hadn't ultimately investigated with any kind of forensic abilities that you have, like a subpoena, what her financial situation was, other than these periodic henny penny the sky is falling references in text to Casey. You didn't get any records.
I did get the employment records. I did not get bank records.
You didn't get any information by the way of interviewing to learn whether or not any significant financial distress was known to anyone else.
We did ask one of Megan's friends.
Catherine
Yes.
Judd,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
A friend? You didn't talk to any family members about her financial situation, right?
I did not.
Although you had the opportunity, you talked to Lee, her father, and Renee, her mother, multiple times, correct? At least the government did.
The other sergeants did, yes. I don't remember if they asked about that or not.
You don't remember what the evidence is in relation to that thing that must be proven?
Not in regards to those 2 interviews, no.
Or anything else, no other interviews. As a case agent, you're not aware that you or anyone else did anything other than find out that she had these references over 5 years to having wishing she had more money than she did, right?
Right.
And then before, I mean, of course, we all know that regardless of how things were going there, even at times, let's take this is interesting. The early text messages in here include references back and forth that suggest that Meggan and Casey actually had been together when Casey was attempting suicide, right?
Yes.
There'd be these times in these text messages where they'd say, Casey would say, I can't believe it didn't work last night, right?
Yes.
And the responses back and forth between Casey and Meggan were provided inferential evidence that these events they were together during.
Yes.
So they're together during events that are about suicide, right?
Yes.
Like that, we've heard the evidence, as unholy as it is, suicide and events about attempting suicide.
Yes.
As far back as 2020, when Casey lived with her.
Yes.
And so let's talk a little bit while we're on that. I'm sorry, I do tend to get tangential. I apologize. I get on a subject and I want to finish it if it leads to something else. Let's talk about this circumstance of Casey moving out. The evidence that you know of. That Casey moving out of Meggan's house back in roughly 2020, right?
Yes. I can look at my timeline. I don't know.
Look at it if you can, because I didn't put that in my time.
I have that she moved in May of 2020 and out in March of 2021.
Okay, so this March 2021 date that I'll fix on, because Kylie testified about it and told you about it as well, right? That-
Yes.
And in Kylie's version, Casey's triggering it by telling Kylie that she's afraid of Meggan's trying to poison her, right?
Yes.
By the way, as Casey would tell Kylie these things, Kylie would like send her DoorDash and stuff, right?
Yes. She would send her deliveries. Yes.
So Casey was getting something out of this claim that Meggan was poisoning her. She was getting Kylie to react, right?
Yes.
Getting attention from Kylie.
Yes.
We established that Casey Terry would seek attention anywhere she could get it. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Doctors, right?
Yes.
Friends,
Yes.
family, including Kylie, right?
Yes.
And obviously Meggan.
Yes.
Right? So this moving out thing, she would tell Kylie about the attempted poisoning, but we know from all the texts that in that time, she and Meggan are in this unholy suicide attempting situation, right? We know that Casey's talking about Meggan about the suicide, right?
We know they're talking about the insulin in the fridge.
We know, and using it for suicide.
Yes.
So we're already talking about insulin as a method of suicide, right?
Yes.
It is, there are maybe hundreds of texts from Casey to Meggan about having tried it, right? Tried
Yes,
insulin as
yes.
a method. So all this suicide talk involves Casey saying she wants it to happen by insulin, right?
They discussed doing it. Yes.
She keeps talking about living through it in the course of her wanting to die and why didn't the Heavenly Father take me back? And some of that is attempts with insulin is the point.
Yes.
So while she's telling Kylie that she thinks she's getting poisoned, she's clearly engaged in this discussion about the purpose of using it as her own suicide.
Yes.
Point is that Kylie, reacting to the lie, goes and moves her out when Meggan and Mitch have gone on a vacation or something, right?
Her reacting to what Casey told her, yes.
And let's talk about what life looks like for Casey after that. Around that same time, you learned that there were a few, as I think you referred to them, other lives that Casey is living with other people in other friend spheres. Is that fair?
Yes,
One is drug transactions, right?
yes,
She is getting heavily involved in a world of buying and selling, trading drugs, right?
yes,
And here is Casey somehow getting away with telling everybody she has cancer, right?
yes,
We already know all the way to the end. She has somehow managed to live a life and communicate in a way that she has succeeded in these cells of communications to making them believe it. Fair to say?
yes,
The other thing she was succeeding on is this life of drug addiction and buying and selling and trading pills, right?
yes,
Now, she had been in drug treatment before this period of time, right?
yes,
So she is, and the pills that she's involved with are her prescription medications, correct?
yes,
Also getting those benzos that she's not prescribed,
yes,
that the doctor wouldn't give her because he's given her so much pain pills, Dr. Maslow, right?
yes,
Christian is a name that is prominent, that she is a friend with and who is also doing that with her, correct?
yes,
Okay, so I want to talk about that life because as you report, that drug activity through the years continues to happen, right?
yes,
It continues to, I think at one point, you say, get increasingly aggressive towards the end of her life. Right?
I don't remember.
Look at 233, your report. I don't want to drag you through all of these tabs, so let me just select one. You look at page 233 of this report that I put in front of you, that massive stack of paper. The text messages that you typed in. On 233, you're describing something that is going on in July 8th, almost just a month before Casey's death, right?
Yes, I see that now.
At the bottom.
Yes,
Because as you go through here and you're reading these texts, you frequently are commenting on them and your investigation. Is that fair to say?
yes,
So what you would say is, while Casey is talking to Meggan about suicide, for instance, she's out with Michelle trying to buy pills from Ty and other people, right? That's not this one, but that's an example of the sort of commentary you would give in your report.
yes,
So right here, this is an example, right?
yes,
Part of what she's texting, a little higher up on the page, to refresh your recollection, is the subject of praying. She's texting this with Meggan. She's praying for death, right?
yes,
More of this and praying this aspect of their agreement, pact, whatever we're going to call it, that is against their religion, right?
yes,
That's also where she says, hey, don't worry, I'm deleting these messages, right?
yes,
And again, keep it secret, confidential. They have a confederacy, right? That's a conclusion you can draw from these 5 years, can't you?
they didn't advertise what they were talking about, yes,
And then you're noting at the bottom, in the meantime, while talking to Meggan about praying for death, she is once again buying drugs from Ty and Christian, right?
yes,
And this is where you characterize that This drug activity, and let me stop, we have established, haven't we, that prior to this July, that drug activity was prevalent almost daily, right?
I don't know about daily. I don't know
A
about that.
lot.
A lot.
Oh,
It was mostly when she ran out of her pills.
well, Christian would ask for some. Do you remember, there's one where he's talking to her about snorting Xanax off of her dresser and she had to pull the blinds?
I don't remember that one.
All right, at any rate, there's even talk in these texts that she has with her drug circle that they would go and literally meet at the pharmacy. Do you remember that?
Vaguely. I mean, there was a lot of drug activity.
And so, notwithstanding all this drug activity that's going on, you actually characterize it in the months before she dies. Casey is getting increasingly aggressive about getting pills, right?
Yes.
She's frustrated that drug dealers are taking too much time, right?
Yes.
She wants it done right the second. She talks about that frustration, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I was trying to be fair. Those are your words saying her drug activity with that cell of people is getting increasingly aggressive, right?
Yes.
Month before she died.
Yes.
Drug activity that is described all throughout these texts by Casey Terry is illegal, right?
Yes.
It is also illegal to use someone else's money to buy it if you, for instance, launder it through a Venmo account. That's a crime. Do you know that? Bank fraud?
Are you asking me if that's what happened here, or what is the
We're going to
question?
establish that, but what I'm asking, if you agree that these are things that anyone would know are criminal.
Yes.
Her criminal activity regarding her drug sale is getting increasingly aggressive, right?
Her getting the drugs or wanting the drugs was getting aggressive. Yes.
We want to stop now.
We can break for lunch. Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to break for lunch. Appreciate your attention and your efforts so far. Before you go, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. I'd like to have you back at 1 o'clock. Have a good lunch.
All rise for the jury.
Counsel, anything else?
Addressing this notion of these different cells of Casey's life during these 4+ years that we're talking about, okay?
Okay.
And obviously one cell is this unholy discussion about suicide and insulin and everything else. That's the Meggan cell, right?
Okay.
And then she had certainly her family cell. Let's just talk about Kylie alone for a sec, okay?
Okay.
So you know from your investigation that she frequently lied, if not to everybody, to many people about Kylie being mean to her,
Yes.
abusive of her,
I don't know about abusive.
emotional abuse, I think.
I mean, mean.
Okay, she'd say that Kylie was mean. She would say she didn't like Kylie,
Yes.
and Kylie didn't like her.
I don't remember her saying that.
You don't remember that? Casey, do you know her ex-husband, Casey?
Yes.
Remember interviewing Casey?
Yes.
You remember that Casey, when you interviewed him, would say that Casey with an EE, or Casey, would complain about the family and say that Kylie was mean to her?
That Kylie was mean to her. Yes.
And that she hated Kylie, or she disliked Kylie.
Yes.
And then, So there's another cell. There's somewhere she's playing her ex-husband, Casey Tanner. She's communicating with him about her life, right?
Yes.
And telling him untruths, false things, right?
Yes.
He's quite a character, isn't he?
Yes.
He'd say he didn't believe her, but he'd give her the money anyway. He married her so she could have insurance at one point in time, right? For a
Yes.
short period of time. Oh, by the way, she had said something about having a child in the text that she communicated to Meggan that died. Remember that?
No, I remember Meggan telling us that in an interview. I didn't see any text about that.
You didn't? Did you?
I don't remember. Maybe there were some.
Okay. By the way, if she told anybody that she had a child that died, that was false, right?
Yes.
And so we have that cell. And now I want to go back to this friend cell that we were talking about for a minute that had to do with her drug activity, okay?
Okay.
And this can we agree that it was rather extraordinary that she could lie about cancer to all these people and get believed?
Yes.
And is it fair to infer that she would also know that someday this was going to come crumbling down? Someday she'd get caught in the lie.
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't think you can infer that?
No, she'd had it going for quite a while.
So she can't infer that she'd never thought in the back of her mind, this is going to come crushing down. Someday I'm going to get caught.
I don't know what she was thinking.
Well, you were using these texts to try to figure out and reach conclusions about people's intent and what they were doing, right? That's part of your job as a police officer, isn't it?
Yes.
Move on. Then one thing that Casey was able to really facilitate and with all these lies and stuff was getting out of Meggan's house, right?
Yes.
Because can we agree with the inference that she's more likely to get caught in lies if she's living with Meggan?
Get caught in what lies? The same lies she's
Drugs? Get caught in her drug activity?
get caught by whom?
By Meggan or her husband, who she's living with?
I guess so.
And other activities she's lying about doing?
I mean, I don't know that Meggan was checking on her all the time to catch her and things. I don't really have an answer for that. I don't know.
So these daily texts back and forth.
Yeah, I don't
Just
know.
strike that. One thing she did enjoy by getting out of Meggan's house is this isolated place that she got to live in the later years at Mark's house, right?
Isolated?
Well, that room's isolated. Mark's never even been in there. Did you hear that? Hardly.
No, he's been in there.
Really? You didn't hear him say that he really never went in Casey's room when
He-
she lived there?
Yeah, he said he didn't go in there often, but I mean, he's been in there. Yeah, I mean, they all live downstairs together, she and Mark.
You're-
So, I mean, I don't know the isolated. I guess I don't understand the question.
I'm asking you about, as an investigator and everything, about whether or not it was clear that she was able to be in a position where she could come and go without really anyone knowing what was happening, right?
Yeah.
Engage in having things brought to the house or whatever, medical supplies, and still fooling Mark about whether she had cancer, right?
Yes.
She's living with him, and I don't know, did we get to the point where you agreed that you heard that Mark claimed to believe that she was on hospice?
In the past, he had, yes.
Clearly about chemo treatments?
Yes.
She could do all that because no one was really paying attention to her living situation at that residence, right?
I don't know.
Well, she engaged in a robust drug transaction history with plenty of friends, including having them bring her pills, right?
Yes.
She went and met them out on the patio and did it.
Yes.
She did this for years.
Yes.
As you said, it was escalating.
Yes.
Don't you think that it helped her situation in doing all that to be in that living circumstance of a room downstairs with its own entry?
I really
That's
don't
what she's
know.
doing.
I mean, Mark knew her friends were coming and going. So it's, I mean, he didn't know what they were doing, but he saw them come and go.
When attendant to the drug activity we've established that you described as getting more aggressive, she was using her grandparents' Venmo or grandparents' credit cards and financial circumstance to give money and receive money from those people like Christian in her drug circle, right?
Yes, she was.
All right. So she was able, because of her connection to her grandparents, to rope in the use of their financial cards, as you just said, in connection with her more aggressive drug activity, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm not sure where we were going with the state's position on what she was doing with those cards, but let's discuss it for a minute. I mean, do you remember that call that we played in open court where you're interviewing Meggan and you get the call from Mark.
Yes,
So that was, the first interview with Meggan was the 19th? What
the
was it?
15th,
15th, sorry.
16th.
So within a couple days, you're interviewing Meggan, and that's that call where Mark is calling about saying, hey, it looks like there's financial stuff going on with my grandparents.
Yes.
right? And we played it in open court, but that's the one he said, if she thought we were going to find out, it would wipe her out.
Yes.
right? And then he described on the witness stand that what that meant was mentally, like what it would mean to her and the family.
Yes.
Okay. And he even said he needed to tell you that because a recent meeting in their house was, he thought, very well could have been overheard, and Casey would have known that they were looking into it, right?
Yes.
And he specifically said, because it would wipe her out, well, I don't know if he said it in that call. You know, and heard in open court, that even as in trial preparation for this case, Mark was open and honest and candid that he thought that could cause her to commit suicide, right?
Object to the characterization of the credibility.
Sure, I understand that objection.
Overruled. I'll allow it.
You heard Mark. You heard in,
I did. I don't remember him saying that specifically, but I heard him up here. Yes.
he continued in trial preparation to tell the state of Utah, not only about the theft stuff, but that that it could have, the words are, could have given Casey a motive to commit suicide. Remember that?
In trial prep?
Yeah, in trial, he admitted he told the prosecutors that weeks
Okay.
ago.
If that's what he said, I honestly don't remember. I apologize.
Oh,
P.
we'll get fined for every time we get that wrong. I'm going to show you defendant's exhibit P, okay? You recognize what that is?
Is it the APS report? I think it's the APS report.
APS is Adult Protective Services, correct?
Yes.
You had made some reference on direct examination to Adult Protective Services
Yes.
being an investigative agency whose purpose is to investigate whether or not it's substantiated that theft occurred, right?
Yes.
They move for admission of defendants O.
Did you say no objection?
No objection, Judge.
Thank you.
This says P on here.
B.
Court received defendant's exhibit P.
All right. Let's continue to fill this picture out, because remember when Mark was calling you, you were already on to the fact that you had found evidence of the financial fraud, right?
Yes.
You had found bank statements that you would characterize to Mark and Kay were probably intercepted by Casey and found in a room, right?
No. I found credit card statements, not bank statements.
Okay, sorry. I don't see the little difference. But credit card statements that were evidence that Casey was intercepting the mail to perpetuate her continuing fraud, right?
Yes.
By the way, this fraud, according to the report, ended up being $68,000, right?
That's what she said. The information I had didn't match that, but that's what she came to. I didn't have all the information she had.
You weren't involved in doing the investigation. APS was, right?
Correct.
So what APS, the people who investigated, said it was about $68,000. Can we
Yes.
agree on that? And also when you, I think, tell me if I'm right about this, I'm working off memory. When you searched her car, you found further documents that would indicate she was intercepting mail to perpetuate the fraud.
We found medical bills for her.
At the end of, as this transpired, you would talk to Mark and Kay, especially, I'm not sure how much Kylie, about this theft and what could be done about it, right?
I talked to Mark.
Well, do you remember on the 19th, you're downstairs, Kylie's there, Kay's there, Mark's there. and
Oh,
you're-
yeah. Kay was there.
You're explaining to them that they should use your police investigation report when they try to see if the banks could recover some money for them.
Yes. He needed a case number.
So, I mean, you wouldn't have done that unless you thought that the theft was real, right? You wouldn't have helped them try to get money back from a bank unless you thought the theft was real.
That's an interesting question because oftentimes we do get called for a case number for frauds that we don't investigate.
Maybe we'll end up having to play it. You didn't ever suggest to them that you questioned whatsoever that
No.
this, and did you hear Mark testify, or in the course of discussing things with him, that in fact, this theft was ramping up?
Yes.
So we've got drug activity ramping up, we've got theft and fraud against the parents ramping up towards the end of Casey's life, right?
For grandparents, yes.
Grandparents. I did that even with Mark. Appreciate it. And as we, I think, just established, they would be connected in terms of the bank records because the theft activity was in many ways connected to the drug activity. Venmo accounts and things like that.
Yes,
The Cabela's card.
yes,
That's the statement you found in the car, right?
in her room.
That's in her room.
Mhm.
So this stuff, drug activity is escalating, theft activity is escalating. And Mark agrees that she may have been turned on to that she was going to get caught within a week before the 12th. Do I got that right?
Yes,
I guess my point is that if she gets caught on the theft, she's going to get caught on the drugs. Think that's reasonable, like good? You follow?
charges were through Venmo. I don't know that she would have had to say what they were for.
You interviewed Michelle eventually because she was part of it, because she's getting the money for Venmo too, right?
I think so.
It wouldn't have taken a lot of police work to connect the theft activity to the drug activity. You talked about it in your report.
I thought you were saying Mark would make that conclusion.
Oh, I'm sorry, no cops. This person is about to get caught, maybe, and maybe knew it according to Mark, committing drug offenses and theft offenses against her grandparents that had gone over time, all of which was escalating up to the point of August 12th. Can we agree on that?
Yes,
Let me move to the subject of this glucometer evidence. What is it?
10. It's 10. It's on there.
It's on there? It's on there. It's small. All right, so we have this exhibit 10, and this is the glucometer evidence that was ultimately obtained by that glucometer that sort of stayed with Mark for a number of months and then was retrieved and reviewed on January 30th, right?
yes,
And the chart, this chart gets made by, I don't know if you made it, but
I made
you made the chart.
the data, not the chart. But yeah.
No, the data comes from.
Well, I wrote it all down and someone else made the chart.
Okay.
So yeah,
That's it, my own. So, but the point is here's these glucometer readings and when it says actual time, I think we established that's because there's a little bit of time difference between the monitor
yes,
and the actual time means this is the time of day on the 12th. right?
yes.
And these go through these, and I want to talk a little bit about what this meant to you. Because, I mean, you didn't even realize until last July when I was questioning you that this 9/18 is before Meggan ever arrived.
I realized that.
Okay, so that's true, right?
Yes,
9/18. So this is evidence that Casey set up, collected, somehow managed to get the glucometer into play, and was the one who was prepared to engage in whatever suicide, attempt to suicide, fake suicide. She's the one who set up the circumstance, right? Don't you agree? that-
Yes. yes, I do.
And took a reading.
Yes,
And you, back to the medical evidence, heard Dr. Masteller say, from all the medical evidence as far as he could tell, including his records on Casey's medical records, these numbers and this activity could have occurred. It's extraordinarily difficult to pinpoint when insulin went into Casey's body. Is that fair?
yes,
And as a matter of fact, Masteller, this is the one in the chart that I used with him, looking at evidence, where he admitted even prior to 9/18, the ingestion of insulin could have resulted in the numbers that we see here. You heard him say that, right?
yes,
Diane Allred, she treated, we heard from her, right? That she's the nurse at the hospital.
yes,
She treated Casey after she went to the hospital on the 12th, right?
yes,
You heard all about how she step by step was on the ball, knew all about what happened at the hospital, knew all the numbers, had a lot of experience with insulin and glucose and things like that, right?
yes,
She also said that you can't tell from what she knew. She said when Casey might have done.
Objection. Diane Allred didn't talk about the chart.
No, I didn't use the chart.
Sustained as to the objection that Diane already used the chart.
I don't know if I said that, but I didn't mean you to say you chart. You heard Diane Allred testify about her observations of Casey, the glucose monitoring and everything else and what was done at the hospital, right?
yes,
And admit that with all that knowledge, it would be very difficult to tell when exogenous insulin went into Casey to cause what she saw, right?
I remember Massmiller saying that. I don't remember her saying that specifically.
You remember, Diane, when I said, and it could have been before 9 o'clock in the morning, and she said yes?
I don't remember that.
All right, so we have this glucometer. I've already introduced to you basically the script, everything that was talked about in text setting up this event. And we have.
You mean this?
Yep, and as an
Yes.
investigative, you're the investigator, you're the detective, clearly showing that Casey is setting up the circumstance of using the glucometer.
Yes.
Only reason to use the glucometer is if you're going to test blood for sugar.
Yep.
Casey would have known that. You know that from the history of being in the family.
Yes.
She was issued her own glucometer by mass teller. We learned that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Casey's got that set up before Meggan ever gets there, right?
Yes.
Now, Casey had searched about and talked about preloading syringes in those text messages, which I'm calling the script, the plan for what's going to happen when Meggan gets there, right?
Yes.
So she's talking about kind of setting up a scene in that regard, right? Setting up preloaded syringes.
Yes.
She even talks about syringes she could use with her port, right?
Yes.
She never talks about a glucometer, does she?
No.
When Meggan gets there, it's fair to assume that she is now being introduced to the setting where Casey has a glucometer, has already tested her blood, and has indicated to her that she's going to engage in ingesting insulin.
Yes.
And insulin syringes are found in the room,
Yes.
in the trash, in the Fanta box, where Casey puts her garbage.
Yes.
And everything Casey's talking about is suicide.
Yes.
I want to turn to a subject, and I think we'll see if you agree with me, can really sort of, is featured in a way in the second time you have contact with Meggan, okay? I think that was the 21st. And if you've got an outline, I get these wrong.
I think it's the 21st. I think you're right. I can look.
Let's talk about the turquoise box. Because what Meggan, well, what everybody, I mean, even Mark and Kylie talked about the fact that they understood that Casey kept things in that turquoise box of interest. Fair to say?
Yes.
So now Meggan even said that her understanding is what things like power of attorney or DNAs and things like that might be a place she would keep it.
The DNR. Yes.
DNR. And or somewhere like a binder. At one point, Meggan had said, like, I thought maybe there would be a binder. I looked around and didn't see any binder.
Yes.
And again, I'm reminded that turquoise box, one time, Casey took a picture of it and texted it to Meggan, right?
Yes.
You remember when that was?
Do I remember when it was? No. It was a long time before. I think it was 2020. I think
That was way back.
it was way back.
Okay, so this turquoise box is represented to Meggan for years about where things would be, right?
Yes.
Well, you don't know what she told Meggan about what would be in there. But one thing you learned was she said letters that Meggan should open and read when Casey died.
Yes.
Other items, and of course, you don't know for your investigation if this Casey showed things that would be in there and then destroyed them, right?
Right.
But the box didn't have a DNR in it, right?
Correct.
Or these, we saw in Jorgensen's video when I was playing it, Jorgensen's of Robinson.
Yes.
We're talking a little bit about that because, I mean, in Jorgensen's video, Robinson's taking pictures, right?
Yeah, I believe he took a picture of something.
It just got lost, right?
Yeah.
But I think that we're agreeing now, tell me investigatively if you agree, that what he took was a picture of an envelope. Well, he testified, an envelope with Meggan Sundwall's name on it, right?
Yes, that's what he said.
Ultimately, you found that envelope, right?
Yes.
But you didn't find anything in it when you found it, right?
Correct. It was empty.
That turquoise box was gone through between Casey being taken out of that room and you searching on the 14th, right?
Wait, tell me the question again. Sorry.
On the 12th, she goes to the hospital.
Yes.
Then we've already established that at some point on the 13th, you sealed it off with Mark. That was when
Yes.
the glucometer was shown.
Yes.
You put the tape
Yes.
on And the tape on the door to seal a crime scene, right?
Yes.
Except for Mark needed to go in and get some.
Right.
Seems like a pretty upstanding guy. I'm not going to go whatever with him. But so you had to split the tape and then you had to put back together. But the point is that when you go back in the next day on the 14th to do your search, right?
Yes.
It doesn't look anything like it did when Osborne, Jorgensen, and Robinson left.
No, there were 2 totes on the bed.
Well, the turquoise box is on the bed.
Yeah, that's what the turquoise box and a tote were on the bed.
Now you were here and we saw the video where Osborne takes the turquoise box and puts it on the floor in front of the
Yes.
closet, right?
Yes.
But when you come in the room on the 14th, it's up on the bed.
Yes.
Is it open? We'll see it in a minute from your body camera. And then there's these totes and stuff up there.
Yes.
And you go through and do your best to determine what in all that paperwork and what in all that stuff would be of interest to you.
Yes.
Right? And,
Yes.
And ultimately, I asked you to scan it all in last July and you did, right?
Yes.
But in between, you being at the hospital for the first time, and then in between you going in with Mark to seal it off, and your 14th search, 814 search, family members had gone through that box, right?
Yes.
And family members had gone through that box specifically in reference to items that might be for Meggan, right?
They were looking for the DNR, was my understanding.
Well, we're going to then get to the interview you did, because what happened is you learned in the interview with Mark, Kay, and Kylie. Thank you. Did you get my exhibit numbers right for me too? In that interview, they actually huddled over a text from Casey to Kylie. Do you remember that?
I think I was out of the room for that.
Bingo. They did it when you were out of the room. You didn't even know at the time that they were huddling and looking at a text. And it was a text that Kylie was showing to her other family members, right?
Yes.
A text that she said Casey had sent her.
Yes.
And Casey was telling Kylie not to give certain things like my letters to Casey. Don't give them to her, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we now
To
know.
Meggan?
Excuse me?
To
Meggan.
Meggan. Yeah. Yes.
All right, let's try water.
Can I get a water?
Let's play it.
We'll get you some.
Thanks. Sorry.
You need water.
Yeah.
This is not a water fan. We've been building. Get up. I'm going to tee up for your reference, and I'm going to ask you if you agree that I've got it right. The interview that you did with the 3 of them all together, that's on this subject.
Okay.
And it might have been some time since you reviewed that. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, because this might help. But as we're doing that, I'll still ask you some questions. You do remember the point is that they are talking about supposedly Casey's desire for them to take documents and not give them to Meggan, right?
I remember her saying something about not giving Meggan something.
And they're doing that because now we've got Casey. This Casey is texting her sister to do something. Now, she had told and even sent a picture to Meggan that she had things for Meggan to look at after Casey died.
Yes.
Just for the witness, and we'll just put it on and pause it so she can identify.
I saw that. Yes.
You saw it well enough. This is the camera in the interview room that you use, right?
Yes.
That's Mark on the left, Kylie in the middle, and Kay on the right, correct?
Yes.
This is the first formal interview. Is that fair to call it? First formal interview?
Yeah. It's the first time I met them. Yes.
Is it the first time you met him?
Mhm.
Okay. Because you had been at the hospital, but you were just trying to get the blood.
No, this was the morning after the 12th. This was the morning of the 13th.
Okay, so this is sort of the first thing you did.
Yes.
And I want to just play this to show on the subject of doing things in that box. And
keeping them away from Meggan. Oh, this is for illustrative purposes. I'm not necessarily seeking to send it back as an exhibit. Does the state have any objection to me playing this portion?
Ms. Thomas?
Yeah, sorry, Judge. No, we don't have any objection.
All right, we can play it.
And play it in a published form.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Yeah, almost 50.
Okay. Let me go see if my sergeant's been watching this. Because he
Can you
might
pause it
see
real
questions. Might not be.
We started right at almost 50. She's looking at her phone to look for text evidence, right? You recall that?
It looks like it. Yes.
Do you remember it? I mean, I can
No,
back it up.
I don't
if you want. You heard her say about 50? Anyway, you did have her look, let's do it this way. You did have her look for evidence in the form of Casey texts to her, right?
Yes.
And then you left the room, so you didn't see this part.
Okay.
So there's somebody behind that mirror right there. Tell it to me. Yeah, I don't get how, I mean, I was in the kitchen downstairs yesterday making my breakfast shake. And Casey came out. She was better than I'd seen her since before the knee replacement. And she'd let the dirty dishes pile up in the sink and it started to stink. And I told her, that stinks. You need to get that cleaned up. She stood there next to me at the sink and did the dishes while I did my shake. And she just seemed better than she had been for a long time.
She called me on my birthday. And I hadn't talked to her for a while since before that.
Yeah, and she was talking about being able to get back, to work, doing the surveys and everything.
So Casey wrote this. I just hate talking about this shit because it gives me anxiety because I'm scared of dying and I'm sick and I need to just come to terms with it. But they put me on hospice 4 years ago and I'm still here. All it's done is affect my mental health and it makes me feel like I'm in prison.
I just want to make sure here that we understand this is Casey talking to Kylie, right?
Yes.
Kylie's reading a text from Casey to Kylie.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe that was perfectly clear, but
I'm losing my mind. And that's why it's hard to talk to Meggan because that's all she ever wants to talk about. I miss our friendship when we would go hang out and play and go shopping and do fun things and talk about normal stuff. And every time I try to talk about normal stuff, it's all about me being sick. And I'll ask her questions about how she's doing, about her life, and it's like she doesn't even respond. She just goes back to how I'm feeling and what's going on with my health.
Well, those papers that have in Casey's handwriting, Meggan as the beneficiary on her life insurance, they're going to want to see those.
Mm-hmm.
Stop
I
right
don't
here.
have I don't have the paper.
So at that point in time, Mark is describing some papers already, right?
Yes.
This is the first time you've seen him and met these people, and they're already talking about papers that were in the turquoise box, right?
Yes.
Well, when she changed it over, she took a picture and sent it to me, and I can't find it. It had been changed.
Meggan kept wanting to come over and she's like, I don't know what to do. And then she said, Meggan then texted me and I didn't say anything back. And she said, if you want to respond with, hey, sorry, couldn't text you earlier. Let's see. I was super busy at work, and then just say, I have no idea where Casey's plans are for her funeral. I don't know if she ever went and changed it to be cremated. I just don't want you to tell her that I've been lying to her, or you can just let it be and not respond.
Okay, stop
Who was
there.
that? Is that from the?
That's Casey telling Kylie not to tell Megan about lies, right?
About what?
About lies that she's been lying to her.
Yes.
Watching Casey.
Oh,
And she says, just so you know. Okay, but she won't. I said, if she won't stop texting me, then I will respond that we talked about it and I know your wishes and that we will take care of it when the time comes. But she wants to be a part of the funeral too, which I'm okay with. She just doesn't get any money or letters that I wrote to her. So don't say you'll take care of it.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just say, you know, I went to the funeral home and already made arrangements, but if I want to be cremated, I should probably go down there and change it. Will you come with me to do that so we can pick out jewelry? And then I would need to let them know that I'm going to have the city open up my mom and dad and put the rest of my ashes in with them, because when I arranged the funeral, I didn't have a plot yet, and I was supposed to get back to them.
that's one question in Alpine,
Okay, you can stop.
those plots in,
So in the things that Casey is texting to Kylie includes telling Kylie that she would like to make sure that Megan doesn't get the letters and things. That's what you heard, right?
Yes.
And your understanding from the text and everything else were letters that would be in the turquoise box, right?
Yes.
Let's switch over and go to. Now, we already saw on Jorgensen's camera that turquoise box was on the floor by the closet when they left the room and told Mark, don't let anyone go in there, right?
Yes.
And as you've already acknowledged, when you search it on the 14th and walk in there, I mean, people have been in there,
Yes.
including in the turquoise box.
Yes, I assume so. It was on the bed.
And the letters and the envelope addressed to Megan is empty.
Yes.
Matter of fact, and when on the second time you talked to Megan, she came over to the police station, right?
She came to the attorney's.
I'm sorry, the U.S. Attorney's office.
Mhm.
She went into a room where you could record.
Yes.
The exhibit that the jury has is actually not from the recording or the video audio that was in the room, but from your handheld, right?
Yes.
On that subject real quick, why do you call it a handheld recorder?
Because you hold it in your hand.
But it doesn't sound like you ever used it in your hand. Didn't you put it in a pocket or something?
It was usually either sitting on my my pad folio or in my pocket.
Okay, let's talk about the pocket, because the jury's going to hear a recording that's all ruffled and rustled. You would put the recorder in a place that nobody could see it, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess it was in a pocket.
And that's what you did when you first talked to Megan, right?
Yes.
You did, even though you were in a room that records, when Megan came to ask the questions in interview too, right?
I don't know where I had it every time, if that's what you're asking. I had it every time. I don't know where I put it.
Yeah. Why didn't you use a body cam for any of that?
Because my body camera is on my my body armor.
Well, but it's your policy to, when you're doing any of this stuff, to use your body camera, right?
If you're on patrol, yes. If you're an investigator, you can use your handheld.
I mean, your own policy in Lone Peak Police Department, portable audio video recorders, policy number 449, you're aware of it, right?
Yes.
Policy doesn't make any exceptions for detective work versus police work, does it?
There's a portion in there that talks about carrying your recorder with you if you're, I thought it was an investigative, but I don't know the wording. I'd have to look at it.
I want to be fair. Q. I'll show you what I'm marking as defendant's Q. Yeah, no, that's something. Instead of sort of going through your policy with you, back and forth here, I'm just going to show you something and ask if you recognize it as a Lone Peak Police Department policy regarding audio, video, portable.
Am I allowed to show you where it states I can use a handheld
You're
or?
just going to have it. I'm about to admit it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Does that look right? No, they're not going to see the top part because the prosecutors emailed it to me and it has their email addresses. So before it goes back to the jury, we're going to redact those. But below that is the related policies, correct?
Yep.
Move for admission of Q.
Court received defendant's Q.
All right, let's just get back on track if we can with Meggan coming over. And when she comes over, she's saying, and the jury's going to hear it. They've got the recording. She's saying, hey, the family, she's upset, right? Because she thinks that Kylie and the family are keeping things from her. Is that fair?
Yes.
She's asking if you guys can intercede, whether you could help.
Yes.
And what she wants is the things that she feels Kylie or Casey said she wanted her to have, right?
Yes.
Things from the turquoise box,
Yes.
letters.
Yes.
That's when you say, and you use the plural, you say, we found envelopes, but they didn't have any letters in them. Do you remember that?
Yeah, there were multiple empty envelopes in there, just one addressed to Meggan.
Okay.
Well, with her name on it.
With her one envelope with her name on it, we saw all that through Robinson, right?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
And so she's upset about that. Now let's go to what she was upset about that, right?
Yes.
The same meeting you told her for the first time that Casey'd been lying forever about cancer.
Yes.
I'm going to show you your body cam because you did wear the body cam during searches, right?
Yes, with my body armor, yes.
Is it your testimony that you own that camera only attaches to body armor?
No.
Okay, when you brought up body armor and said you didn't use it when you were investigating, I didn't know if there was a reason. Like when you're doing detective work,
Yeah, I just use my handheld.
you can use a camera, though, is my point, right?
I mean, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to just to the witness right now, see if you recognize this is your own body camera walking into the room on the 14th to search. Blinking. Now these numbers at the bottom, and just to make sure we understand, these numbers at the bottom are upside down because you wore your body camera upside down, right?
Yeah, it falls off easily. So when you put it back on, yes, that's upside down.
But that was true of all the body camera you submitted, right?
Yes.
Right. I want to play what the room looks like when you walk in.
All right. Okay, we've got this. Sorry if I leave remnants here on your board. This is.
You can just open it up. I'll scrape that stuff off.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're all sweating.
Right, stop. We just saw a walkthrough. There are multiple bins on the bed. The turquoise box is on there and it's open, right?
Yes.
So to run through it again, Osborne puts it on the floor, leaves. You have an interview with the family during which they're talking about Casey's desire to remove documents and not give Meggan certain things, right?
Yes.
You know that they've been there in the intervening period. You testified about that, right? Before the 14th, they'd been in the room.
Yes.
And now you walk in and it's clear that among the things that are in the room that are open, almost tossed, include the turquoise box, right?
It is open. Yes.
Okay, you can take that down.
Gotcha.
Let's move to a grander sort of subject here. You kind of started it, describing the investigation as suicide, or what you call assisted suicide. It's called aiding suicide, right? That's the law called aiding suicide. I don't want to get technical, but there's a law and it's about aiding suicide, right?
Yes.
And I want to bring that up because the state's already admitted recordings with an interview with Meggan that you and Special Agent Hales are talking to Meggan about her liabilities and that you can't help someone and that you can't do something, et cetera, in connection with their suicide, right?
Yes.
That's what you meant by assisted suicide?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that in describing it, you would be interchangeable between aiding suicide and assisting suicide, meaning same thing when you bring those up?
Yes.
And you've already establish that you know as a peace officer that there's no law that requires somebody to stop someone from committing suicide.
Correct.
Okay. So you're investigating, you said, in this case, in relation to, let's say, suicide for a minute. It's clear right through this trial that the state is putting on, and you are available to put on all sorts of evidence that suggests that Casey wouldn't be committing suicide, right?
Can you ask that again?
Evidence about Casey that she wasn't attempting suicide, that she wouldn't be someone that was going to attempt suicide that night, right?
I have evidence that she wasn't attempting suicide that night?
Yeah, don't you think? I mean, she's out buying drugs. She meets Christian the night before to get pills, right?
Yes.
And there's all this stuff. I mean, I don't want to be insensitive, but let's talk about the dog, that she had a dog she loved. She wouldn't want to leave, right?
Yes.
Except for, you know, that she had plans and had requested that the family cremate the dog when she died and the dog be buried with her, right?
Yes.
So either way, she's going to be somewhere with her dog. That's what she flat said, right? It cremated so I can be with my dog.
Yes.
Matter of fact, they did that, right? They cremated and buried it with her.
Yes, they did.
But she had talk about needs, plans, having a core, maybe having a job, things like that. I'm not going to ask you questions about suicide and what's in people's minds. Although I guess as a police officer, have you attended or had cases where you dealt with suicides?
Yes.
They come in for all sorts of reasons, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Can be when sometimes if you had suicide cases where the person who did it had a good job,
Yes.
had children,
Yes.
had plans for the future, like vacations or something.
I don't know.
And you can add in not only as your professional work, but in your personal life. I'll ask you if you know about these things. And I don't want to say the obvious, but sometimes people who commit suicide, the evidence is that they did what they could to look like they weren't going to, so they wouldn't get interdicted. They wouldn't get stopped from doing it, right?
I'm lucky enough to not know that in my personal life.
I wish I was. But one thing we do know is that we have, suicide would be an off-ramp. In other words, let me change that, this argument. What we've already established is, for a long time, Casey had talked about suicide, right?
Yes.
Talked about it with Meggan. We've been all over that for a long time. But she talked about it with Matt Steller, right?
Yes.
You know, she talked about it with Mark and with Kyle.
Yes.
She did bring it up with Michelle sometimes, didn't she?
Yes.
And here she is getting away with all this stuff, but we've agreed that drugs are escalating, theft is escalating, and Mark is afraid that if she found about that, even he thinks she might commit suicide, right? That's the evidence.
Yes. I still don't remember him saying that, but
Oh, okay. So let's talk about fake suicide. All this evidence, all this unholy pact that Meggan and Casey had through all these years, certainly Casey never said, hey, I'm going to fake it, right?
No.
Certainly Casey never said, hey, I bailed on it. I was going to, well, I tried, but I bailed on it, right?
no, I think she would say she fell asleep and stuff, but not bailed. No.
But I mean, she never said she intentionally stopped dying or terminated in a suicide that she was attempting, right?
I don't think so.
But I mean, it's Casey, right? I don't think Casey is a liar in relation to every single person she sees, every single person she talks to, right?
Yes. Most people know a different Casey.
Yeah, the one that she decided to give him, right?
Yes.
There was an interesting, sorry, that's commentary. There was a point that Mark himself talked about the possibility that Casey would have been maybe setting up a circumstance where she could sort of bail on the suicide attempt on the 12th. You remember that?
I don't remember Mark saying that.
Let me see if I can find it. Let's talk about Coke.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did. He showed us the Coke in the fridge and he said that she might use that if her blood sugar dropped too low.
So let's play it now that you remember it. You're going in to set it up. This was on the 19th when you were going to go pick up the Phantom box evidence, right?
Yes.
You're going to search the car and did.
Yes.
You went out and we already saw the video. You went out and saw the Phantom box and stuff.
Yes.
Do you remember you also then talking about the theft and what the family could do to give case numbers and stuff?
Yeah, that was at the end of the day. Yes.
Yeah,
It was, yeah.
And then let me set this up because this is already in evidence. We know that there was coke bought the night before by Casey, right?
Yes,
And we know it because of, I think, 34 and 35. We've got this grocery list, right?
yes,
Looks like it has goodies and treats like Megan described.
Yes.
Okay? And it also says Coke, red Coke. It's in evidence, but it says to make sure to buy the red Coke.
Yeah.
That has sugar in it, doesn't it?
yes,
Not the zero Fanta that she's used to, right?
correct,
Sugar, zero Fanta is not going to affect your blood sugar, right?
right.
You need red Coke if you want to, for instance, reverse the trend of your glucose level or something sugary. Wouldn't it be Coke, right?
Yes,
Yes, the commercials all suggest it will jolt you out of something, but sugar-wise, that was, you go right in there, and Mark's talking about the fact that the fridge had Coke in it. Like a six-pack, you never showed it on a picture or your body camera, right?
oh, I believe we saw it. They're bottles. It's like a 6-pack of bottles.
Well, Hales looked in, but it didn't get captured on your body camera, right? We don't know what it looked like, but did you ever see it?
I thought I did. Yes, I thought it was bottles. I thought it was a 6-pack of bottles.
It was a 6-pack of bottles, and at that time, Mark doesn't know that there's a grocery list and that she bought it. And as a matter of fact, there's a text from Casey in the script that it discusses it, where Casey tells Megan before she's even coming over that morning, hey, I got you Coke.
Yes,
There's Coke in there, and here's the interest to Mark. Mark notes that the Coke, one of the Cokes is pulled out of the plastic that holds the 6-pack together, right?
no, I don't remember that. I thought it was a cardboard box with 6 bottles in it. So maybe my memory is off.
No, fair. I don't get to know. You didn't take any pictures of it or anything, but let's play the portion of your body cam. And lastly, the significance that Mark thought when he saw that was that, first of all, if Casey wanted to reverse the trend on her blood glucose, she could go drink Coke, right?
That's what he said. Yes.
And he said, I think it's interesting that one is pulled out, but because Casey might be jittery or under the influence or in hypoglycemic and feel like she might not be able to pull it out of the plastic if she's going to use it to reverse her glucose, right?
Yeah, I guess I missed that part.
Well, let's play it.
That Fanta drink is what she drank.
Stop there. That's
She never, ever
Sergeant
drank.
Special Agent Hales, right? In
Yes.
the red shirt, red and gray at the stripe.
Yes,
And Mark, of course, showing Special Agent Hales didn't work for your office. He never wore a body camera, right? As far
I
as you
don't,
know.
no, I don't think so.
That Fanta drink is what she drank. And she never ever drank regular Coke. And this shows up in the fridge. And what I'm thinking is that if she had planned to do this, this was her backup plan. If she had injected herself with the insulin and then changed her mind, this Coke was here to,
Is it being published?
yep. So that's
My
just
fault.
my guess, because she
All
never
right,
bought
stop. Pause
regular
it.
Coke.
Lawyer error. Do you recognize this as representing this scene that we've been talking about?
Yes,
All right. I'll bet everyone was confused when I was pointing out the color. So, a Special Agent shirt. I'm going to turn it back to the start. And I'm offering for this illustrative purposes. As a matter of fact, now I'm going to move for this clip to be admitted as defendants are.
Ms. Thomas?
Judge, Mark testified. They had the opportunity to ask Mark about it. At this point, what he thought it was for is speculative.
Your Honor, she's talking about an investigation that includes possible suicide, possible assisted suicide, showing that she has evidence that would be part of a fake suicide that this clip goes to. It's all part of the investigative activity. Therefore, it's not hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. And in terms of Mark, I could recall him. That doesn't seem to me to make sense, but if that's what the state wants.
My objection isn't hearsay. Sorry if I wasn't clear. It's that Mark is speculating in that particular video about what that Coke may or may not mean. And in fact, we've had evidence already introduced that the Coke was there for Megan.
Well, they can argue that, but this is evidence available to an officer who said she's investigating the various things that might have happened in connection with the 12.
For that purpose, I'll overrule the objection. You can play it and I'll receive it.
And that was Q.
R.
That was R. And seek to publish it.
May.
Oh, yes, please.
drink is what she drank. And she never ever drank regular Coke. And this shows up in the fridge. And what I'm thinking is that if she had planned to do this, this was her backup plan. If she had injected herself with the insulin and then changed her mind, this Coke was here to
reverse it.
Yep. So that's just my guess, because she never bought regular Coke before, and all of a sudden this shows up.
Okay.
And she pulled some, I'm guessing it was her, but pulled one out of here, so it was ready to go, because, you know, if your blood sugar crashes, sometimes you're not coherent to the point that you could actually pull that out of there.
Yeah. Okay.
The government, went through, I don't know how many, it seems like I'm not going through all the texts, but has admitted something like 100 text exchange. I don't want to go through and put those all in their context. I just want to do a specific example. And take I'm going to take State's Exhibit, I don't have it ready, 57. I am now, thanks. I was just about to ask. If we could pull up State's Exhibit 57, it's just a text string. All right, so this, and it's, can we publish it? Oh, it's published. This is one of the texts that they pulled up from April 8th, 2024, right?
Yes.
Starts with, I have had the strongest feeling, ... goes on, right?
Yes.
Then can we scroll through it slowly? Let's just pick out, sorry, I didn't see your text is one of the things. I hope you have a good night at work is one of the bubbles, right?
Yes.
Sneak into the bathroom and take extra talk we're seeing, and things from Casey back. I will try to identify some of the content in this Exhibit 57 by the state. Scrolling all the way, let's just do a couple more pages. That's page 2, it looks like, over in the bottom right. We're going to go through, hope this is your time. Casey, get some rest, sweets, about the time to go, time to die, right?
Are you asking me? Yes.
Blessings, here's one with, she's talking about the blessings. This is your time, go home. This was selected, right?
Yes.
Going down to the very last one. Ending in, I love you, from Meg to Casey, gotta let go of me and go home, right?
Yes.
Now I want to now address you to something else. If we could take that down and show from the podium to only the witness and say, see that in blue, that is, do you recognize this as a different form of it? Well, this is the extraction report that you look at, right?
I don't recognize that format, but it looks like a extraction format. Yes.
And you were given extraction reports. I'm not saying you were given this one. I presume you were, but if you didn't, this looks like extraction reports that Sightseeing was able to give you, right?
Yeah, I don't recognize this format. But yes.
Okay. And if you look at it, it matches at least documenting the text messages back and forth from Casey to Megan and vice versa, right?
Yes.
And the very first one on this that is highlighted in blue is I have had the strongest ... right?
Yes.
That's the first text in State's Exhibit 57, right?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and scroll down to the bottom, very bottom of what I'm showing you. Oh, it's on my computer, dummy. I'm going to scroll to the bottom, and you see text number 20,971 that says, "You know I love you, the biggest, you've got to let go of me and go home."
Yes.
Blue, that is the last text on State's Exhibit 57, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask to publish what is on my screen that you've identified for illustrative purposes, Your Honor.
No objection. She didn't identify it. She said she doesn't recognize this format.
It does the con.
No way to verify that this is accurately representative of the Celebrate. If he wants to use the Celebrate, that would be fine.
So we can talk about it at the bench. This is what was given in discovery. This is an extraction report. It was testified to about. It's got the content this witness has just said of State's 57 that is highlighted in blue.
And this has already been received. Is that correct?
It is not. This is a report that's going to show all the things that were left out of Exhibit 57
The witness just testified she does not recognize this format.
and said it just does have the content though, and that it's messages back and forth between them.
She did say she sees the text that were in the other exhibit that are contained in this.
And I'm only going to talk about text, no other data in here.
But my point is, Judge, that there's no way to verify that what is appearing in this document as the texts that are not in 150 or whatever, 57, has been accurately pulled from Celebrate, because this is not a Celebrate format.
It is, and it goes to wait.
For that purpose, I'll allow it. Objection overruled.
To publish this report.
You may.
Right, we already established that he highlighted in blue, as we went through State's 57, are what the jury got out of State 57. There's two missing here that are talking about the communications, right? And then we have you assume you got your meds and went to bed. That was in State 57. And we got through this blue, but then nothing else, like "I love you big, Casey girl," the text 20,829, that's not in States 57, is it?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
No.
More stuff in here is happening about nurses and all that back and forth about the subject of Casey continuing to push the pain and the need to die and going, here's one, "Plan, I've been throwing up blood all morning and I'm going to have nausea. So the nurse has been trying to get a hold of the pharmacy and bring me more IV promethazine and stuff." You see that one, 20,839? The big one in the middle,
836. Yes.
836. This is highlighted in orange. It is not in Exhibit 57. She's talking about having a rough day, throwing up blood and stuff again, right?
Yes.
Also not in is this 20,844 that talks about praying
Correct.
and asking Megan to just keep praying, right? I just keep praying, right?
Yes.
This is the "if I promise you I pass, they will call you first thing." She's telling her if she dies, Megan will be the first one to call, right?
I believe she's talking about one of the nurses calling Megan, isn't she?
But I promise, oh, you think that that's an outgoing as the nurse?
Is she saying that if I die, the nurse will call you?
Okay. So they're talking about the imminent potential of death, right?
Yes.
And then going through all these, more talk about past there. Talk about "if you need me, let me know, Casey," right? Sorry, I might have moved off that too fast.
Yes.
"I'm here if you need me." That's that common theme we talked about. She would offer to come, but she didn't say she's on her way, right?
Not in that one, no.
In some, she said, "I'll help." She described in her interview that she meant was be there for her, right?
I don't remember
help?
that.
You don't
in the
remember talking
interview.
about that word even in the third interview?
Oh, in the third interview. Yeah, she said that she would help her with a lot of things, I believe is what she said.
And it would help her if she was present, that it would help Casey by being present, right?
She didn't tell me that.
Well, the jury has the recording. Going through these messages that aren't in the exhibit. 2009-19, not an exhibit, is Casey again thanking her for checking in all the time and being there for me, right?
Yes.
This is just opposite of what she's telling the family, that Megan's always bothering her about dying and she tries to avoid Meggan, right?
Yes.
Meggan say, I'm here for you always. I'll scroll down here. This is one that's outgoing from Meggan. I'm sorry, outgoing to Meggan, right? It says, I wish I was still living with you, right?
Yes.
Talking about if she's dying alone and doesn't want Meggan to think she broke her promise to be with her when she died, right? Meggan, I promised you again and again and again, I wouldn't make you do this alone. I feel like I've let you down and broken my promise. Let you die is what they're talking about, right?
I don't know what they're talking about. Sorry.
This is all in the context of her dying, right? That was the purpose of, that was the content of States 57. Do you recall? Do you?
I'm trying to read it.
Oh, sorry.
It just says, I feel like I've let you down and broken my promise to you. I'm not sure what she is referring to. Are you saying they're talking about Meggan not being there for her suicide?
I promised you again and again, I wouldn't make you do this alone. The constant conversation they're having is that this is die by suicide, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that she's let her down by not being there.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is a part that's left out I want to address to you, because this is, I'm going to have you look at the highlighted portion and just look at it and read it to yourself for a second. Because I know it's published. She talks about Kate being alive and being close to dying, right?
Yes.
Now she's addressing to Meggan that she's been in a circumstance where she was around somebody, or was talking to somebody about dying.
Yes.
And talking to her about that this person, she told her she could see her dad and grandpa in the room as she died, as she thought she was dying, right?
Kate. When Kate?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know who Kate is?
I have no idea who Kate is.
So this could be just some fake, right?
As far as I know, I don't know.
But she is addressing specifically being in the room, even when the person who's dying isn't conscious. Yeah, I'll try that because in the dreams, it almost seems like they are coming to get me. They're so hard to explain because they're so weird, but they feel so real. But was she in and out of it? Says Meggan, asking about in or out of death, right? Or was she completely with it? I know my dad has seen people in the room when they are about to go home. That is not very typical, right? And she says back that she had learned that even when you're in a coma, she could hear me at the hospital talking to her. And she tried everything she could to let me know she could hear me, but she physically couldn't move her body to let me know. That's what Casey is talking to Meggan about, even being there for her or someone when they're unconscious, right?
In that text, I think in the other one, she was referring to spirits in the room.
Right. So a bunch of spiritual
Yeah.
stuff, being there, being present when someone is dying, even when it's apparent that they're in a coma or unconscious, right?
Yeah, she's saying that that's what Kate said.
Right. We can take that down. But, oh, I'm saying. All right. I just want to return then to your investigative theme. I want to turn to, I think, what you've acknowledged, that you started with Meggan Sundwall in this investigation, in this case, telling her that even though she made herself look really bad in texts and interviews and deleting texts, the case had to be proven with evidence.
Yes.
Matter of fact, I've got a clip of some of the things you said. They would come in the third interview that is already in evidence that the jury will ultimately be able to hear in total. Sorry, here we go. Don't know why there's no sound.
Casey had a problem with the truth.
You recognize that as
Fair enough.
Special Agent Hale's voice?
Yes, I do.
Like Kylie made it clear, and that's been one hard thing for me is because I have been so involved in Casey's life that when Kylie made those, I don't know if you'd say threats, but she made it very clear that if I didn't leave and I didn't get out, that she would call the police. Because I don't want to look like what Kylie is accusing me of. She said that. She said, I know that you gave her something to kill her, and I'm going to find out what it is, and I'm going to destroy you. And I said, what are you talking about? She said, hi, Casey told me that you have in the past. And I had, which obviously she did, but I mean, what would I poison her with? Arsenic or, I mean, this is, I'm sorry, but this makes me angry. But implying doesn't prove anything.
You went over to her house specifically on the 12th because this was the plan to end her life with insulin. Text messages don't lie.
Well, right, of course I'm going to delete messages when Kylie tells me that she believes that I poisoned her sister and that she's going to find out what I did and make me pay. But that doesn't mean I helped her. Like, she had told me, I mean, have you read our text messages where she says, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me, you're my best friend,
Yes.
I mean, that is the person that I thought I was for her. Obviously I wasn't. But I'm not looking at it, when I'm in this situation, I'm not looking at it as like, oh, I need to protect myself from the law because I didn't think that that's what the situation was. Like, that is not, I know that would be your go-to, what you would think, but not me. And obviously, has this changed everything? Yeah.
Perception. That's all it is perception.
Because I don't want Kylie to ever, I mean, that scared me. It scared me when Kylie threatened me like that. Well, I mean, wouldn't you think so? Like
Did you inject insulin into the port on August the 12th while you were there?
No, I
Yes or
did
no?
not.
Okay. If in your mind, if you thought there was this other thing, you wanted to relieve her of her misery, you can't do that. You only never watch a movie. Clear. And let's be honest. You were there. You knew this was the end. This was the end of your last day.
I was there to spend time with her on her last day.
Yeah. So, and that goes back to that very blunt question I asked you. You said no. That's great. But if there's evidence to prove otherwise, we have a problem. Fair enough? And if there's not, I'll ride off into the sunset. And if we can prove through evidence that you did.
Oh, it's terrible that, from your point of view, right? Like, I mean, you trusted her, she was your best friend, and this is what's happening. And just, I don't even know what to say about it. Like, none of us do, you know? Like, it's all shocking.
The next stage of this is going to be major evidence. And there's nothing, I mean, I don't know how to make it any softer.
That's August 29th, right?
Yes.
When the government charged her and you arrested her nearly 8 months later, didn't have any DNA, right?
No.
Any DNA that incriminated her, right?
No.
You didn't have any fingerprints that incriminated her, correct?
No.
You didn't have any medical doctor on the 20th. You didn't even have Masteller's records yet, right?
No.
You had no expert or medical doctor that had told you that they could determine by this chart that any insulin was given to her after she would be unconscious, right?
No.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Do you need a break?
I'm okay. If, I don't know if they do.
Are we okay, Judge? Keep going?
Yeah, we can go for a little bit.
Okay.
Does anybody on the jury need a quick break? All right, we'll keep going for a little bit.
Mr. Williams just ended with, you had no DNA, no fingerprints, no medical opinion. What did you have?
I had a lot of timeline information and text information.
And texts are evidence, correct?
Yes.
Our text, what did you consider to be evidence? Sorry, I'll let the judge rule on the objection.
If you could re-ask the question.
Thank you, Judge.
The phone,
Let me
the
ask,
forensic.
let me re-ask the
Okay.
question. What evidence did you have?
The forensic downloaded phones.
You had her presence at the scene where this happened as well, right?
Yes.
You had evidence of motive and opportunity.
Yes.
Let me go back. I'm going to sort of follow Mr. Williams' process as he went through. So this will harken back to this morning. He had asked you about the ME's, the medical examiner's determination that this manner of death was undetermined. Do you recall talking about that?
Yes.
And it was also fair to say undetermined in your own mind when you started this investigation.
Yes.
Sustained.
What was the status of your mind when you started this investigation?
When I started the investigation, it appeared to those on scene that it was either suicide or foul play. So I started from there.
And what did you have that the ME did not have that changed the direction of your investigation?
Ms. Thomas?
She's been here throughout. She heard what the ME just testified to him receiving and reviewing in preparation for his report. And she knows what investigation happened after the ME's report was written and communicated.
Overruled. I'll allow it.
I had interviewed people that he had not interviewed. I had gone through both phones very thoroughly and found information in there that steered the direction of the investigation.
How much of the text messages did the medical examiner have when he wrote his report?
I don't believe he had any.
What's in his file, she's gonna know. If she does, that would be the foundation.
The medical examiner testified to what he had, and he testified that he did not have any of the text messages.
The question is what she knew about his file.
That's correct. I'll sustain the objection.
Were you aware of whether the medical examiner had been provided by you as the investigator with any of the text messages that were involved in this particular case?
No.
No, you're not aware?
No, he did not.
Thank you. You testified with Mr. Williams that suicide was mentioned throughout the messages between Meggan and Casey.
Yes.
Was the word suicide used between them?
I don't think it was often. If it was, it wasn't a lot.
What was more often used to describe their descriptions or their conversations about death?
It was more like, let yourself go home, or I want to go home, those types of things.
Okay. And how many of those types of conversations also appeared in other messages that you reviewed from other people other than Meggan?
None.
Sorry, I'm just trying to cut this down so we're not here all afternoon. the last thing that Mr. Williams played was Richard Hales, Special Agent Hales, saying if there was no proof, he would write off into the sunset. You recall that
Yes.
testimony? What does proof include?
Forensic evidence of the electronics.
And
Circumstantial evidence.
I'm trying to interpret my notes. I'm sorry to be. Let's talk a bit about, he asked you questions about the search of the house and the timing and the flood and that whole sequence of events.
Okay.
You recall those questions?
Yes.
Your search of the room, of Casey's room, was on August 14th, correct?
Yes.
And Casey died on August 15th?
Yes.
Why on August 14th did you search only her room?
Because she was still alive.
And what difference does that make?
She has rights. She was paying rent. If she had just been living there without contributing to the household, we could have just received consent. But because she was paying rent, she has certain rights and we needed a warrant.
Consent from whom?
The homeowner.
All right. So in your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, can other people consent to a search of someone else's areas while that person is incapacitated?
As far as, I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And in order to get a warrant to search anybody's areas of a home, what do you have to establish in order to get that warrant?
You have to have probable cause, send that through to the judge, and the judge has to agree with you and sign the warrant.
Okay, what does probable cause mean?
It means
I'm asking in her experience as a law enforcement officer what she has to establish in order to obtain a warrant.
It's not her decision, so it's a legal conclusion made by judge.
I'm just wondering where we're going with this.
There were questions about why she didn't search Kyle/Mark's room, and I'm wondering if there was any probable cause to have obtained a warrant in order to search Kyle/Mark's room.
That's going down the rabbit hole. What would have been legal conclusion, legal conclusion, and get into whether or not she's correct, whether or not she can gain consent. I asked her about it.
Oh, I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Thank you. And we talked about the Fanta box that was in the trash with items of interest inside of it, correct?
yes.
And what in your, okay, as I recall, you received that box from Mark after he found it on August 18th,
Yes. Received items. Yes.
and you got it from him on August 19th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what, Mr. Williams asked you a lot of questions about, there could have been fingerprints on the box. It wasn't collected, it was put in the trash.
Yes.
What was important about the box, the Fanta box?
What was important about the box?
Right.
I didn't collect the box. I don't know.
What could it have told you had you collected it?
It could have had fingerprints on it, I suppose.
All right, the fingerprints of the person that threw it away.
Yes.
Does it tell you anything to not have the box?
Overruled.
Sorry, can you ask that again?
Does it tell you anything to not have the box?
No.
What reason would Casey have to hide her trash inside that box? Did you get any indication of that from when you talked to Mark?
I'll sustain it.
I want to talk about Exhibit K. Sorry, that may be the wrong one. Exhibit, let me actually first start with, we could show 175, please. Okay, it's going to say, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a chart I made to show that The Lone Peak Police Department has an item number. There's an exhibit number that the court places on the item. The crime lab has a number for that same item, and then the FBI had an additional number. So each thing has at least 3 numbers.
All right. And why did you prepare this?
So that it would be a little more clear for the jury when they were looking through the evidence.
As to what item from which agency came from what location?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 175.
Go ahead.
When did you prepare this?
It was Monday.
Did anybody assist you in preparing that?
No.
State moves to admit Exhibit 175.
Court received states 175.
Okay, so let's turn to Exhibit N, which is a paper document, but we do have it in a documentary format for the jury. And we agree that is the same thing you've marked as Exhibit N?
Yes.
All
That
right,
can be published.
thank you. If we could scroll down to the second page, please. And further down under, okay, please stop. Under methods of analysis. Well, I'm sorry, can we go back up to the items submitted? So items under agency item 20 were what?
The items in the Fanta box.
All right, that included both the syringe and the glass vial.
Yes.
All right, and the crime lab then gave those items its own numbers, correct?
Yes.
And that was what was reflected on your chart?
Yes.
All right, now if we could scroll down to results. Okay, it says the cuttings of the swabs from the syringe, which is Q1.1.1.1, did find that it was likely that it originated from Casey Terry, correct?
Yes.
And it provides limited support for the proposition that Casey Lynn Terry is a contributor to that DNA profile.
Yes.
So it's not definitive, it's limited support for that finding?
Yes.
All right, and then if we continue to scroll down, please. Under disposition of evidence, oops, sorry. Can we go back up again? Under methods of analysis, could you read that third line down for us?
No DNA was detected on the following sample, therefore no further testing was conducted.
And what was the sample they're referring to?
The cuttings of swabs of glass vial.
So there is no DNA found on the glass vial, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We can take that down, thank you. Mr. Williams talked to you about Casey's unlawful use of medications, prescription pills, trading them with other people.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Was there, what in your, well, let me back up and try this a different way. As a member of the Lone Peak Police Department, are you aware of other investigations going on in your agency?
Yes.
Was there any investigation going on at any point up until August 12th of 2024 investigating Casey Terry?
Overruled.
No.
And those text messages that he referred to where she was trading different pills with different people, including Christian Clements. Those are all pills. Well, let me rephrase that. What pills could be and are frequently used to die by suicide as in your experience as a law enforcement officer?
Let's lay some more foundation then.
You had testified previously with Mr. Williams that you had experienced, or not experienced, but investigated, been involved in a law enforcement perspective with acts of suicide, correct?
Yes.
And have some of those been from overdoses?
Yes.
In your experience as a law enforcement officer, what types of substances are used for overdoses?
A lot of times it's anything that they have at hand.
Would that include oxycodone?
Yes.
Would that include Xanax?
I don't know.
Okay, not in your experience,
Not my experience.
but oxycodone.
Yes.
Mr. Williams introduced the APS report of the financial reported thefts from Casey. And that report reflects $68,000. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What did-
68,800 and something, I think.
Okay, what did Mark report to you is missing?
1,700.
He talked about the insulin syringe that was found in the Fanta box was being in Casey's garbage out on the patio. Do you recall that?
Yes.
On August 12th, 2024, who else had access and was known to go to and from that patio during that day?
Meggan.
She went in, she went out, she took out the dog.
Yes, she told us she walked the dog several times,
And,
or took the dog out several times.
and who had access to that turquoise box during that entire day on August 12th, 2024?
Meggan.
Mr. Williams introduced a copy of the Lone Peak Police Department policies, but didn't let you tell him where it talks about body worn versus handheld.
Yes.
Can you find that for us and read it?
Any member assigned to a non-uniformed position may carry an approved portable recorder at any time the member believes that such a device may be useful.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Williams referred to he played a clip about the Coke in the fridge and Mark finding it there and showing it to you that day. You recall that?
Yes.
What did Meggan say in her interviews with you about the Coke in the fridge?
She said that Casey bought the Coke for her.
Did she say anything about whether she had taken any?
No, she said that she had brought a drink with her.
All right.
And I think she said that she didn't need it because she brought a drink with her.
And one of the last things Mr. Williams did was go through texts that he said were missing from Exhibit 57 specifically. Did you happen to note where Exhibit 57, what time of day that starts?
No, I didn't notice.
Can we show that?
It looked like it was over several days, though. It starts on April 8th, 2024
At what time?
at 7:44 p.m.
And can you please show us your Exhibit R?
You're asking defense to show it.
Yes, the exhibit they introduced. Can you just pull it up for us, please?
It's coming up.
Now scroll to where you said all of those texts were excluded. Sorry, Judge?
You want to publish, right?
Yes, please.
So we didn't receive this. It was for illustrative purposes, correct?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think that's correct.
Move it in, Your Honor. We'll do something else.
No, I'm going to object to moving it in, but let's go ahead and scroll down to where you, okay, then we can take it off the publishing and I can ask her about the time.
It's been published. I think it can be published. Talk later.
Yeah, it's been published before. You can go through it, Ms. Thomas.
Okay,
I'll scroll at your request.
show us where you claimed the messages were excluded from Exhibit 57, please. Yes.
Everything that is not other than blue.
Okay,
There's
you,
137.
all right, thank you. That's sufficient. And
Take it down.
you can take it down. So there were 137 texts conceivably that were not included in Exhibit 57, correct?
Yes, were there 157 total or 157 excluded? I didn't understand what.
Well, that's what Mr. Williams just told us, that there were 157. Sorry, I mixed up my numbers. 137.
137 texts in that thread? Missing. Okay.
Missing
Yes.
from Exhibit 57.
Okay.
All right, so we didn't read an additional 137 texts.
Correct.
From that day. How many total texts were there that you received?
28,880.
And if Mr. Williams is correct that there's about 100, that means there are how many that were not read to the jury?
Are you expecting me to do math right now? 100 out of the 137?
100 out of the 28,880.
Oh, sorry. 28,780.
You had, Mr. Williams asked you if it was illegal to be at a suicide. You recall that?
I do.
And your answer?
I don't think it is.
No, it's not illegal to attend a suicide.
Right.
Okay. Can we pull up Exhibit 53, please? After reviewing that text message, what does that say to you about whether she's attending or doing something else?
Objection, this calls.
Ms. Thomas?
Judge, it's the defendant's own words in a text. I'm just asking why it was relevant to the officer. Okay, I'll re-ask it.
Please do.
What was relevant to you about this text?
The last sentence.
And what was the last sentence?
You won't be able to do it alone.
All right, can we look at Exhibit 60, please? Keep scrolling down. Wait, You're going too fast. Okay, keep going. Okay, go down to the third from the bottom, please. Keep going up a little bit more. Oh, thank you. Okay, what was significant to you about this part of the exchange?
Casey is telling her that Meggan can give it to her after she falls asleep. And Meggan says, you won't even know, Case.
Okay.
Whoa, whoa.
And
Now that text message may not help her.
could we take a look at exhibit 70, please?
She goofy. Wait a minute. I need to see that again. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, this it right here. She a goofy. It says, how did I not see this message? Dang it. I'm so sorry. Casey, honestly, I think with the insulin, someone should probably be me, should stay with you and continue to give you doses so it will actually stay low and you can pass. This is March 1st, 2022. So I guess my question is that even though this is March 1st, 2022, I don't think she passed away into 2024. So could this be very possible that this was something that they planned that they decided not to do? And then the next one, she says, does that make sense? Let's see.
How did I not see this message? Dang it. I'm so sorry, Case. Honestly, I think with the insulin, someone, should probably be me, should stay with you and continue to give you doses so it will actually stay low and you can pass.
135.
Counsel, are these new text messages that are being read, or are we treading the same ground?
We are reviewing messages that were introduced during her testimony.
Okay, and this next one is going to be 6/3/2024. Case, can you get the insulin? They are keeping you off for 48 hours. Let's try it. I'll come and help you and give it to you regularly and see if it works. Oh yeah.
In the context.
Yeah,
that
she
was crossed
done
out.
messed up with that.
So we're treading a lot of the same ground, it feels like.
Oh, man.
I'm going to let you do it, but
I understand.
You
There's
gotta
just two
keep
more.
moving.
Okay, there's just two more.
John
Alright, and
said
what
the
did they
text
say on this one?
messages were going to get her.
Meggan says, Case, can you get the insulin? They are keeping you off for 48 hours. Let's try it. I'll come and help you and give it to you regularly and see if it works.
All right, and the last one is 137. The second one.
Do you want to take some promethazine when I get there so that you are asleep when this is happening?
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Oh yeah.
anything else, Mr. Williams?
Oh yeah, she playing this with her. Oh gosh. Yeah. It's like she assisted her, I guess, in unaliving herself. I guess you can call it assisted
I
unaliving.
guess Ms. Thomas has laid it out. Attending a circumstance where somebody caused their own death, not illegal. That's what you said, right?
Yes,
Being present, not illegal, right?
correct.
You're investigating whether or not Meggan Sundwall did something to cause death, fair enough?
Yes,
And you saw over the course of 4 years and 28,000 texts and discussions between the two of them, there are times that she would suggest help, whatever that meant, right?
yes,
Some other more descriptive, over 4 years, right?
yes,
The 4 years that Casey kept living.
yes.
So when you wanted to find out whether she did something, those messages, you said, what's your evidence? The forensic evidence of the phones. those messages and are circumstantial evidence. Is that what you said?
Yes,
But when you talked to her and we heard the discussion with you and Special Agent Hales talking about having to prove she did something, right?
yes.
If it happened to be that she didn't need to, then it wouldn't be a crime, right?
That she didn't need to what?
That she didn't need to help, that Casey did something to herself that caused her death, right?
I'm going to object that this is calling for a legal conclusion.
Talking about the nature of her investigative evidence and what she had.
As was I.
I'll allow it.
Can you re-ask?
That if it turns out that Casey died by only things that she did to herself, suicide, fake suicide, but things she did only to herself, that Meggan didn't do, and it happened to be the case that she died, Casey, from what she did, then you don't have your crime, right?
Can you reword it?
If Casey did whatever caused her death to herself, then no crime, right?
Correct.
And so as you investigate, we just went over this, what you could do, what you told her as early as August 29th, that you would, the kind of things you would do to try to prove that she did something in that room was DNA that didn't come back to her, right?
Yes.
Was fingerprints that didn't come back to her, etc. All that evidence that you did to try to prove that she did something did not prove it. It didn't have any positive proof, right?
Object to the final conclusion of that particular question.
Sustained.
All those things you did not prove what you told her you were going to go prove.
Objection, it's the same question.
It is.
Okay, you told me you were going to prove that she did something when you're in the interview, and that's what you went about trying to do, is come up with some proof that she did something.
Judge, this is the same question.
It is.
But what's objectionable about it?
You are leading to the legal conclusion that is the province of the jury.
Talked about her investigation, just now read that.
And she's already testified as to those answers. You asked the question in cross already, and now we're just reinforcing it. And you got your answer.
Thank you. I did. Appreciate it.
You can step down.
Thank you.
We've been going for over 2 hours. We're going to take our afternoon break. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial. And it is your duty.
You know, the one thing that I'll say about this is that, I mean, they still can't prove that she touched anything or she did anything. They could have been talking about it all they wanted to talk about it.
We go back on the record on case 2514-01132, Estate of Utah versus Sundwall. Stay ready with their next witness.
Yes, Judge, the state calls Casey Tanner.
Thank you. Please come forward, sir. We'll get you sworn in. Come right up here.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Come on up here, sir. Have a seat. We appreciate you being here.
Well, thank you.
If you can make sure you keep that mic in front of you at all times, we can make a good record and we'll all be able to hear.
Okay.
Where we run into trouble if people start kind of wandering, and I may remind you.
Sounds good to me.
Counsel.
You can state and spell your name for the record.
Yeah, it's Casey Tanner, CASEY TANNER.
Sorry, obviously, we're dealing with a few people named Casey here, so that's why I wanted to get the spelling of your name correct, please.
Yep.
Did you know Casey Terry?
Yes,
How did you know her?
I married her.
I'll start back further in time. You don't have to give me exact dates if you don't remember, but do you know about the year that you guys met, you and Casey?
Maybe 2004, 5?
2004 or 5?
I think so. I think my son was like 1 or 2.
How did you meet Casey?
Got out of the shower and she was standing in my front yard.
Probably a lot to that story. Did you guys hit it off pretty immediately, or what was your relationship like at the beginning?
Yeah, she was cool, lady. Yeah, we had fun and then hung out and got married.
Do you remember what year you got married? The first time?
No.
Could you give me a ballpark, or you just don't have much of a memory?
We had ugly orange chairs for the wedding, so it was around Halloween or Thanksgiving.
Okay.
That was all I remember.
You don't remember the year though? If you would have met her in 2004, 2005, does that help orient you in time, or you still not get? Okay.
Yeah, I still don't remember.
Did you remain married to Casey?
Yes.
Did you ever divorce Casey?
Yeah, we got divorced a couple of times.
Okay, I want to talk about the first divorce. Do you remember what year that may have been?
Nope.
Do you remember you mentioned getting divorced a couple of times, so I'm assuming you got married a couple of times to Casey.
Yes.
How many times total were you married to Casey?
I got married to her I thought 3 times, but we only have 2 marriage certificates, so I guess it's only 2.
Okay.
Okay, so he nuts. Him and her, they didn't got divorced and remarried, divorced and remarried, divorced and remarried. Like they couldn't get this together. They couldn't figure this out the first time. What the fuck? He nutty too. It is no way. I mean, I'm pretty sure she showed you or you showed her what y'all about. But you telling me that you'd married her, divorced her, married her again, divorced her. Oh gosh, who does that? And he said he think it's 3 times, but he said he only got 2 marriage certificates. So there we have it.
Do you remember when you married her the second time?
No.
Do you remember why you divorced the first time?
I was working in the oil field, and so I was gone an awful lot. And she just wanted somebody around, so I told her to go find a boyfriend or something, but she didn't want to do that because she had the church stuff in her head and whatever. So she said no, and then we ended up getting divorced. No real reason or fighting or anything like that.
Okay, you mentioned the church stuff. So, sorry, let me just make sure I'm understanding your testimony correctly. You were away at work a lot, and so you said, if you want, go get a boyfriend, if you want companionship.
Yes.
It sounds like she maybe had some block to that or some resistance to that because of religion.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was more of a joke with her, but she just wanted me home all the time. I says, you need to go find a boyfriend. And she says, well, I can't. I've got to do the right thing. So I said, oh, okay.
Okay, so you ended up getting divorced.
We ended up getting divorced later on, yeah.
And then at some point in the timeline, you married her again.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry, we're recording everything, and so I'll try to catch you if you say just to make sure that the answer is clear for the record.
Okay.
And you do not remember the year that you married her the second time either.
I do not.
And it sounds like there was a second divorce also. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you remember why you got divorced the second time?
I think it was because I went to Idaho on our anniversary. And then I asked her that morning if she wanted to go. And my son wanted to go to Idaho to see his aunt. And I went down and she was getting ready. When I asked her if she wanted to go, and she said no. I said, okay, well, we're leaving. So me and my boy packed up, went to Idaho, came back, and then there was divorce papers when I got there.
Okay, so from your perspective, it seemed like she was upset that you went to Idaho.
Yeah, we'll come to find out it was on our anniversary that I went.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
So you screwed up.
Yeah, well, a little bit. Come to find out, yeah.
You think that maybe, or you thought that maybe you had married her a third time, but you only have documentation of 2. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you maintain a relationship with her after both divorces?
Yes.
What was that like?
We'd still call each other or go hang out or do whatever.
Was it amicable?
What does that mean?
Did you divorce on bad terms? Was there a lot of fighting or the periods where you wouldn't talk a lot or at all?
No, we never really fought.
Would you still consider her a friend after your divorces?
Yeah, I stayed friends with her whole life.
Did Casey ever tell you that she had cancer?
Yep, or yes.
Do you remember about what year that may have been?
I don't.
It's okay if you don't, okay. Did you believe her that she had cancer?
No.
Did you tell her that you did not believe her?
Yes.
How did she react to that?
She said she did. And I just told her there was nothing wrong with you. Start smiling and we'll go play.
Did she continue to talk to you about her cancer?
No. No.
Did you ever assist Casey financially?
Yes.
When you were married or even after the divorces?
Both.
What are some ways that or I guess in what ways did you assist her financially?
I put her on my bank accounts, and then when we got divorced, I'd still give her money for houses or food or cars or clothes or whatever she needed, whenever she'd call and say she needed anything.
Do you have a sense for how frequently she may have called you needing money for some reason or another?
Well, I mean, sometimes it was just smoke, so it might be every other day. And then sometimes it would be $100 for clothes or something. So it depends on what she needed and how often it was.
Were you always willing to help her financially?
Yes.
You mentioned a car. Did you buy her a vehicle at some point?
Yes, I bought her one. We went down to Scipio and bought it, but then it was kind of a grandma looking car, so she didn't like it, she said.
Do you remember what, sorry to interrupt you, do you remember what year that would have been?
No, it was just a few years ago,
Okay,
maybe 2 or 3, I think. I don't remember.
okay. So you bought a car in Scipio and she, sounds like she didn't like that one. What happened after that?
She said she had found another one, and so I said, okay, and I got the one that I had bought her, and I sold it to a friend of mine, and then she had found another one, and so I gave her money to go buy it.
Do you remember when that was?
No, I don't.
Do you remember relating to the time that she passed? Do you have any frame of reference as to when that car was, when you gave her money for that car?
I would think it was within the last year before she had passed away, because I know we had put, I don't know if I paid 6 months or a year's worth of insurance on the new red car that she had,
And the new red car is the
second car.
second car after the one that she did not like from
Mhm.
Scipio. And you said that you paid for insurance for that car?
Yes.
Did you pay for any other things to do with the car?
Yeah, I had to put tires on it. That was about it. Her grandpa, I guess, said he didn't like the way the tires looked. I guess he used to be a tire guy. And so she said, we need new tires. And so we did that.
Is that something you did with her physically? Like you went and got the tires or you sent her money?
No, I went to Walmart with her and got them.
You mentioned clothes. You might give her money for clothing.
Yeah, yes,
You mentioned food.
yes.
How frequently were you in communication with her, let's say in the months leading up to her death?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you, just whenever she'd call or text.
Would it be like once a week, once a month, once every few months? Does that give you any kind of idea?
No, I mean, there was sometimes we'd talk 2-3 times a day. Sometimes it would be once every 2 weeks or something. Just whenever we decide to call or talk, or if I seen something funny, I might call or text her or vice versa.
Were you aware of her having a surgery in the month before her death?
Her knee surgery?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, she told me about it. I went up and seen her after.
You went and visited her after her knee surgery?
Yes.
Did you know the condition of her other knee?
Yes, she was supposed to go get that one done after this one healed.
Do you remember how long before her death you physically saw her? It sounds like, well, I don't know. Was that when you went to visit her after her knee surgery, or did you see her physically after that?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Do you remember the last time you saw her, what her demeanor was like?
She was dying in a hospital bed.
Sorry, before that, before she was in the hospital from the August 12th incident, when you
Oh.
saw her when she was healthy, what was she like?
We was just sitting, I think we was sitting up at her grandparents' house, and we was just chit chatting out back, and she was a happy girl. She was excited that she got one of her knees done, and was able to start walking up and down those stairs again.
During that last encounter before her death, did she tell you anything else about her future plans?
Yeah, she said she was gonna get her other knee done, then she was gonna go get a job. She already worked for her uncle, but she wanted to do something else, and she had to go up to Salt Lake every once in a while or something for work, so she was gonna try to find different stuff.
Did Casey ever tell you that she was suicidal
No,
in all the time you knew her?
nope, never once.
All right, I can pass the witness.
Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tanner.
Well, good afternoon.
Nice to see you. We've never met, right?
No.
My name's Scott Williams.
Well, nice to meet you.
You did have Detective Barney and Special Agent Hales, the two sitting back there on that bench behind the prosecutors. Do you remember having a meeting with them?
Yes, they came down to my work down in Spanish Fork.
I told you that was December 18th, 2024. Would that be consistent?
I'm not sure when it was, but
That's what I just told you and asked if it might have been then.
yeah, I don't know.
Did you know it was recorded?
Did I know it was recorded?
Yeah.
No.
But they didn't tell you they were recording the interview they had with you on December 18th, 2024?
They may have. I just don't know if they did or didn't.
Fair enough. You didn't see a recording, you didn't know. Well, the reason I'm asking is because I might ask you some questions about that, and there's a transcript and stuff, and it's not very fair to you if you've never been shown that and you don't remember what happened a year and a half ago.
Okay.
Fair enough. So let me just start without using that though, and ask you a bit about Casey.
Okay.
Now, Casey, I think you have described her as in fairness, I don't want to be critical, but as a lie face, right?
She's lied, yeah.
She's a lot. That was kind of one thing about her is she could spin the arm.
Sure.
And she could get things she wanted by doing that, right?
Well, she could ask and get anything she wanted.
From you.
Well, I don't know about everybody else, but yeah, for me.
I mean, for instance, one time you guys got married because she wanted insurance, right?
Yeah, we've been married a couple of times. She needed insurance. I needed somebody home while I was out of town to take care of my son.
So you got married.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I'm
if
just
that's
saying,
both of us, I think that's what marriage is for.
if she could get things from you by asking in your particular relationship, right?
Well, yeah, I got things from her by asking too. Yeah.
Well, I get it. You guys had sometimes when you're together and sometimes when you weren't, it sounds like, right?
What do you mean?
Sometimes you're together and getting mutual benefit because you're in a relationship, right?
No, we always have mutual benefits.
Okay. You got married to get life insurance is the only point I was trying to make that happen, right?
I never had life insurance.
So you don't remember telling the police officers that she said, we need to get married because she needed insurance. Do you
She
remember?
needed health insurance, not life insurance.
Oh, okay. I don't
Yeah.
remember if I said life insurance or just
You just said
insurance.
life insurance.
All
Yeah.
right. So she wanted insurance, and so you guys would get married so she could get insurance, right? Health insurance.
Yes, she needed health insurance, yes.
Now, she would tell you about her living in other places, right?
Like in different homes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With
yeah,
other
she,
people.
yeah, she lived in Orem with one of her girlfriends, and then Alpine, and then her grandparents, and then with Jim and Kylie, and then with me, and then with my mom. Now she's moved a few different places.
Okay. When she talked about her family, she told you that she didn't like them, right?
She didn't like Kylie and Jim when they would do certain things. She didn't like her aunt and uncle if they did certain things. Me if I did certain things, or her friends if they did certain. So it depended on what was going on at that point in her life. Yeah.
I just want to address her family. I'm trying to move you anywhere. All I have is your prior statement. Do you recall that you told the police at least that she hated living at her grandparents?
Yeah, at times she hated living with her grandparents.
And that they fat shamed her. They shamed her about her weight,
Yes. Yep, she had told me that. Yep.
and that they were mean to her. Right? Do you remember she told you that?
That her grandparents would be mean because
Yeah.
they'd fat shame her?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said yes to it.
Okay, but just in general, for instance, when she told you she hated her sister Kylie, didn't she?
She said she's hated her sister Kylie multiple times, depending on if Kylie would not let her have something or not do something with her or not.
Well, one time when you were asked by the police, do you remember when they asked you if she and Kylie get along, and your answer was no, she hated Kylie?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she did tell me that.
You had talked about the fact that she had a drug addiction problem, right?
Pill addiction.
Pills that were drugs,
Pills, not drugs, but
opiates, pain pills?
not heroin. I said pills.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't think I said heroin. I was just trying to understand what
Okay, so
information.
drugs, I'm saying no. Pills, I'm saying, yeah, she's taking pills.
Specifically Xanax and opioids.
Oh, I'm not sure on which one she took.
You remember talking to the police about the fact that the Xanax was the worst part of what she was addicted to?
I remember when she had taken some Xanax, she was all looped up one time. And that's probably the worst. If she had taken pain pills and she was just tired and mumbled.
You remember that you told the police at least about how she would manipulate so she could get more pills?
No, I don't remember that.
Remember saying that she was taking so many goddamn pills all day, she was dehydrated, and saying it was an easy way to make up another story to keep shit going? Remember saying that to the police?
I don't remember saying that.
You remember attaching that activity precisely to her desire to get sympathy,
She did like to get sympathy.
and that she was pretty good at it?
Yeah.
She didn't fool you on the cancer thing, right?
No.
But you knew she was fooling other people, right?
Yes.
At the end of the interview that you did with the police officers, do you remember telling them that they're gonna have a pretty tough job getting through all of her lies?
No, I don't remember saying that.
You remember them saying on December 18th, December 18th, 2024, at the end of their interview with you, she didn't deserve what she got? You remember that statement the police told you?
I'm probably sure I did say, I don't think anybody deserves to be murdered.
Yeah, this is the cops telling you that.
Oh, I don't
Remember that?
remember them saying that, no.
Thank you.
Pretty direct.
Mr. Williams asked you if you've characterized, you've called Casey a liar before, right?
Yeah, whenever she's lied to me.
And we know, we've talked about a number of things that she's lied about. She lied about cancer, for instance.
Yes.
And you knew that? Is that right?
Yes.
Did you still like her as a person, though?
Oh, yes, I love that lady.
What were some things that you loved about Casey?
Objection, beyond the scope.
It's my direct.
Direct isn't scope.
He asked him plenty about negative aspects of her character and if she's a liar.
It is beyond scope across, but I'll allow it.
What things did you love about Casey?
I just always loved how she would smile and be happy and go out, and she was always able or willing to do anything I asked. If I said, you want to go to Texas? You want to go here? She'd always say, yes, let's go, unless she had something already planned. And she'd say, no, I got other things going. But she was always down to go play.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Blanchard? Sir, thanks for being here.
Hey, thank you.
Can this witness be excused?
No objection.
Yes.
All right, there you go. Thank you. Next witness.
Judge, I apologize. The timing of our next witnesses, they are WebEx witnesses that are located in Quantico. And so I don't think it makes sense for us to try to get them today. So I'm asking to break for today and we'll start with them in the morning.
Do we have any other witnesses we can call?
We don't. We only have 3 more witnesses. One of them is a doctor and she is planning on tomorrow based on her schedule as well.
Okay. We're okay to let the jury go for the evening?
No objection, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
Right. I don't think we're going to get any complaints from the jury. You guys are putting in a lot of work and we all appreciate it. So thank you. We're going to reconvene tomorrow at 8:30. 8:30, you guys know the drill. You're experts by now. You are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject to the trial. And it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. Safe travels.
All right, jury.
Okay, guys, so that kind of catches us up. They are in day 6 live right now, right? Today is day 6. So I am dropping the link for day 6 room because I'm going to split it up so we are not on stream that long in the room. We'll have some TiVo time, so if we need to fast forward through some things, we'll be able to get through them. If you click on the link, it'll take you directly there. I'm also going to pin it to the top of the chat for anybody. And we'll go over there and go ahead and start our day 6. Pin. And I'll go ahead and shut this room down. So I'll see you over there for day 6. I hope that this prosecution team is right. You know, they are having a real big issue with timing concerns. So them not having witnesses ready. I mean, I know they saying that they're gonna be online or WebEx, but I hope that these last 3 witnesses is what they have, because you know the judge is really concerned about how much time they're talking about using. But let's go ahead and get started. I'll see you guys over there.